Good morning, everybody. The April 4th, 2020 meeting of the New York State Bar Association House of Delegates is hereby called to order. It's 9 a.m. and we will begin. I want to thank you all for participating in this most fashion, and we'll say more about that in a few minutes. But we will begin this morning, as we always do, with the Pledge of Allegiance. So, Tom, can we get the flag up?
What's happening?
There we are.
There we go.
I will lead everybody in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United
The United
States
States of
of
America,
America,
to the
to the
republic,
republic
to the
for which it
republic
stands,
one nation,
nation,
for which it stands,
with
one
liberty
nation,
and
under
justice
God,
for all.
indivisible, with liberty for all.
Justice for all.
Thank you all very much.
Little delayed there, but that's okay.
Okay, not a problem, but we got through it. I did think it was important to have some semblance of normalcy on this meeting because, as you all know, this is a precedent-setting first virtual the House of Delegates, and I thank you all for participating and ask for your patience. There will be, I see that there are many questions, and we'll get through it. I will tell you that Tom Richards and I have spent many hours, and I thank Tom from the bottom of my heart for his efforts to bring me out of the Stone Age when it comes to Zoom. And so it won't be perfect, I'm sure, but I think we get through it with your patience. A couple of items that I want to bring to your attention, and they are as follows. Delegates will be muted unless selected by the chair, me, to comment from the floor. Please use the chat box or raise hand function to note that you wish to speak from the floor. If selected to speak, as has been the practice, we ask that delegates follow these guidelines in order to promote an orderly discussion and debate of the particular issue. Number one, delegates should identify themselves and their affiliation. Number two, delegates should speak only once with respect to any particular agenda item and limit remarks to 3 minutes. Questions should be directed to me as the chair of the House, and delegates should refrain from procedural motions until substantive discussion is completed. For reports for which discussion and votes are required, if you would like to speak to a report, please click the chat box as I indicated to be recognized after the presentation of the report. After the discussion is completed, you will be asked to complete a poll that will appear on your screen. That is you probably see it now on your toolbar running along the bottom of your screen where it says polls. You will be asked to select either aye, nay, or abstain, and then click submit. You will have 2 minutes to vote once voting opens. In the event that you choose to abstain, which is your right, please send a message, Sherry just requested, in the chat box, and also to Sherry and Kathy Baxter by email, traditional email, so that we have a record of your abstention. It's usually important for the record to reflect who abstained in a particular matter. The vote will be displayed on the screen at the conclusion of the voting. Okay. First item of business on the agenda is approval of the minutes of the January 1st, 2020 meeting. Regrettably, those minutes have not been completed. and therefore we will administratively defer approval of those minutes to our June 13th, 2020 meeting in Cooperstown. Okay, next item for consideration on the agenda is the report of the president. So at this time, it gives me great pleasure to recognize and turn the meeting over to our, I don't know what adjective comes to mind, but evidently fabulous president, Hank Greenberg. Hank, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to everyone. I recall, as if it were yesterday, the first time I entered the New York State Bar Association Center at 1 Elk Street. It was the spring of 1986. I was a third-year law student. Some colleagues of mine from Syracuse and I drove to the spring House of Delegates meeting. We were on a moot court team that did well, so we were recognized. And we were called to the podium. And I remember looking out at the House, looking out at the cream of the bar of the greatest state with the greatest lawyers in the world. And I remember being very nervous and being awed. And in the 34 years since that moment, I've had the privilege of addressing the House 16 times. And each time, except for now, I looked out at the leaders of our profession with that same sense of awe and, yes, nervousness, because I knew that what I was looking at were the best of the best. Leaders that have values, that have beliefs, that have core systems of interests that reflect why we are the most consequential, influential, impactful profession in American life. And having been to many House meetings, many spring House meetings, I have heard many past presidents deliver their final addresses to the House. And typically and appropriately, a president's final address to the House involves a review of some of the highlights of the year, some of the successes, discussion of some of the challenges. As I was thinking about what I might all say to you this morning, it rapidly dawned on me that now would be a singularly bad time for me to give what amounts to a valedictory address. Now doesn't seem like a particularly good time to be talking about successes or what we've done in the past year, because now, as I speak with all of you, we are in the throes of a public health crisis without parallel in American life. When I took office in June, the economy was roaring. Unemployment was at 3%. The stock market was at 26,000. Many law firms were enjoying the greatest years in their history. And as we fast forward to this moment, over 100,000 New Yorkers have COVID-19. We have lost 3,000 New Yorkers. That number is growing literally by the minute. Once every 2.5 minutes, a New Yorker passes away because of this contagion. The once robust economy is in recession. If we listen to what the experts tell us, we could soon be at Depression-era levels of unemployment. God willing, that won't happen. The stock market has lost 20% of its value. And our colleagues in the profession, while we take comfort in a sense that we are all as a society in the same boat, our colleagues in the profession are struggling desperately, particularly solo practitioners and lawyers in small firms with limited resources. Many of them are watching businesses and practices they built up over a lifetime in the profession crumbling before their very eyes. And so we meet today in a somber moment. We also meet, as our president-elect just said, virtually. There were people a month ago that suggested that the spring meeting of the House of Delegates should be canceled. We did not cancel this meeting. We meet today. Today we lead. Today, on behalf of this profession, we make history. We meet virtually. Yes, New York is the epicenter of the pandemic. Yes, the virus has shut down businesses and schools and law firms. Yes, we are now cloistering at home to flatten the curve. But this moment, the last 3 weeks, I have never been prouder of the leadership of the staff of the New York State Bar Association than I have been now. This has been, this last month, in a 143-year history of the association, our finest hour. Leaders and staff led by our extraordinary executive director, Pam McDevitt, have worked around the clock. Our IT team, our communications team, all of the staff of the association have stepped up. Rather than shut down, we stepped up. No bar association anywhere in this nation, in this world, is doing what we have done these past few weeks. None. And nowhere, anywhere, could you imagine an association doing more. When we met in June, we discussed, not because we had oracular gifts or prophetic powers that could see into the future, but we talked about our highest priority being building a virtual bar center, recognizing that the world was moving, that our members were moving at a rapid pace from a physical and a real platform to a virtual platform. And so the effort started by my predecessor, Michael Miller. We put on steroids starting in the summer to build a virtual bar center. And while we have all suffered through this pandemic, and there is much sorrow to be sure, in one respect, fate smiled on us. Good fortune came to us because our virtual bar center was completed just a few weeks before the coronavirus struck. So when on Sunday, March 22, 2020, we went remote, the vision of building a virtual bar center was realized. And we had it within our power and our ability to transform our technological platforms into COVID-19 resource centers for the profession. Our homepage, social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, our emails were all transformed to provide our colleagues, our members, and the public real-time, real-world information about how the crisis was confronting our profession, changing our profession, and how we could meet the challenge. And so if you go on our social media sites, you see hour to hour, sometimes minute to minute new posts of the latest court updates, the latest governor's executive orders, the latest laws, the latest rules, summaries of those laws and rules. If you go on the homepage of our website, you will see a COVID-19 information center that is unmatched anywhere. There's nothing like it anywhere in this country. Just yesterday, rather than shut down, we stepped up. All of you got electronically access to the latest issue of the New York State Bar Journal, devoted fittingly, tailored fittingly to the crisis that we're confronting, with articles, information, assisting professionals to understand what was happening. Just a few days ago, we published a book. There's no book like it, a complete summary of the relevant and applicable law governing the spread of communicable diseases. In just the past few weeks, Our continuing legal education department, led by Kathy Sahusky, has produced more webinars, has produced more CLE programs focused to the challenge than we have ever done before. And at the same time, our leaders are educating the public about the crisis and the relevant laws and the constitutional complexities. There is a vacuum out there of real-time information and news about the crisis for the public, and the New York State Bar Association is filling that vacuum. You can find our leaders throughout the department, the chair of our health law section, and others speaking to the media, showing the public why this profession does what it does best in a crisis, and that's lead. I mentioned before the immense challenges that solos and small firm practices are now experiencing. Just days ago, we established an emergency task force to address their needs, chaired by our magnificent treasurer, Dominic Napolitano and June Castellano. Upstate and downstate solo practitioners, with as distinguished a group of small firm and solo practitioners as members of the task force as you can imagine. It includes the deputy chief of the courts for New York City, the deputy administrative chief for the courts in upstate New York. They are focusing like a laser beam on the fiscal needs of these lawyers who are struggling so terribly, on the emotional needs and wellness programs that we can provide for them, and also providing for them ways to get up to speed on the technology and the facility with that technology that they will need to practice law both now during the crisis, and as I'll mention in a minute, as we can expect even more when the crisis subsides. Just a few days ago, we announced a historic, unprecedented partnership. The New York State Bar Association, the New York State Court System, OCA, partnering to establish a statewide network of attorneys who can provide support and assistance to institutional legal service providers who we can fully expect when the crisis passes will be overwhelmed by a demand for legal services. All manner of things like eviction proceedings and debtors' claims and other kinds of cases we can't even imagine that COVID-19 is giving rise to, which as we are cloistered at home, as we know, those cases are not yet wending their way through the courts. But when the crisis subsides, there will undoubtedly be an explosive demand for legal services. And we have extraordinary institutional legal service providers already in place in New York. And we have extraordinary networks of pro bono coordinators all throughout the state that are doing work. But Chief Judge DiFiore and the court system are partnering with us to provide support wherever we can and help coordinate that effort. And this much I am sure of. In times of crisis, our profession meets its obligation to protect the rights of those who cannot afford an attorney. We saw that in 9/11. We saw that just a few years ago in 2017 when the federal government attempted a ban on Muslims entering the country. Lawyers by the thousands descended on airports around the country to provide that assistance. Time and time again, when the public has needed us, those who cannot afford an attorney could look to the bar to provide pro bono assistance, and I know we will do that now. Over the last few weeks, as the crisis has raged, we have been in continuous communication with senior officials in all three branches of government. We are in daily communication with senior leaders in the Office of Court Administration. We are communicating frequently with the governor's office. We have reached out to senior leaders within the New York State legislature, and they are reaching out to us. And they are reaching out to us because they know the New York State Bar Association, as our motto says, and as our mission holds, will do the public good. And so in that spirit, Thursday night, I received a phone call from Chief Administrative Judge Lawrence Marks, because he was well aware that there's significant concern, especially for litigators, who, given the current state of protecting courts and litigants and lawyers from the crisis, have limited, at least for the time being, access to the courts to just a certain category of emergency proceedings. Chief Judge Marks absolutely understands that. He and Chief Judge DiFiore are acutely sensitive to the needs of attorneys, acutely sensitive to the needs of the litigants who can and must have access to the courts. And so he advised me that early next week, we can expect an announcement from the court system that will show how litigants can access through virtual means judges to resolve proceedings beyond the emergency proceedings that we're now dealing with. This is going to be, as Learned Hand famously said, we're going to cross this morass step by step. So this will be for the court system an iterative process. As we move through the crisis and as they ramp up their own technological capacity, we will see more and more announcements. But a significant step, I was told, and I was told to share with all of you, will come early next week. We are grateful to Chief Judge DiFiore and Chief Administrative Judge Marks for their extraordinary leadership. They are working around the clock, and they are working with the best interests of the public, with lawyers, with the court system, its staff and judges, and we are thankful and grateful to have their extraordinary leadership during this difficult time. As all of the crisis is emerging, our advocacy efforts have ramped up. We were the first to join the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee and other chairs to call on the governor to toll statute of limitations. Our motive was simple. Lawyers should not have to risk their life and their health in order to file papers in court. And within 48 hours of that call, Governor Cuomo issued an executive order, and we are grateful to the governor and his administration for their extraordinary leadership. Leadership recognized around the country and the world. And we're very fortunate to have the governor and his team working around the clock to keep us safe and well, and to keep the lines of communication between the governor's office and the State Bar Association open and active. We have also fought for law students, especially graduating law students, rising law students, 3Ls. For many of them, they are in the throes of the deepest distress imaginable. They are watching job offers being rescinded. Summer associate positions are drying up. Many of them are carrying mounting student debt, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of student debt. And we're all lawyers, and we all remember what you thought about in the spring of your third year of law school. And what you obsessed over was getting a job and studying and taking the bar exam. And the pall of COVID-19 has descended on all of us and impacted them profoundly, because as we know, the July bar exam has now been canceled. And so in the face of that crisis, we called on Presiding Justice Alan Shankman of the Second Department and his extraordinary task force on the New York bar examination that was established by President Miller last year on an emergency and rolling basis to look at the challenges of administrating the bar exam and to make recommendations that we could share with the Court of Appeals, which establishes the relevant rules in that area. The task force worked at extraordinary speed under the extraordinary leadership of Justice Shankman, and it turned around a set of recommendations that, among other things, recommended that the bar exam should be administered as soon as practical after July. They recommended at or around Labor Day. And in the event the exam could not be administered at that time, that ways be found to expand existing practice orders so that those graduating law students could do certain things until such time, certain practices, certain types of legal work under the supervision of a lawyer until such time that they could ultimately take and pass the bar examination. And within 48 hours of them issuing their recommendation, the Court of Appeals adopted it. Never before, at least in my memory, and I'm a pretty good amateur historian, I think in the history of the New York State Bar Association, have we ever seen policymakers respond so quickly and so favorably to our work product. So I tip my cap, Justice Shankman, to you and your task force for their extraordinary work during these extraordinary times. And as all of these things are happening, we are all mindful of the impact, not just economically on COVID-19 is having on lawyers and professionals generally, but also on the psychic pain and toll that it is taking. And so you will see over the course of the next several days and weeks determined efforts to provide more robust programs that will deal with the well-being and wellness of attorneys. Already, we now have a confidential support group that is available to attorneys via Zoom. It's facilitated by Libby Carino and also has a psychiatrist on it. We have now provided and will continue to provide more webinars, more programming that lawyers can do. Our lawyer assistance programs for those who are suffering from substance abuse and alcoholism is on call, ready for business, ready to assist those professionals, including members of the judiciary who are suffering through the crisis and need help. Now, with all of those things and the extraordinary work of the New York State Bar Association, the extraordinary work that involved building a virtual bar center, completing a virtual bar center, and now today having a historic first virtual House of Delegates meeting, we have significant challenges that we are facing, for sure, like all of society. In a moment, you'll hear the report from Dominic Napolitano, our treasurer. The fiscal challenges for the association are staggering. While staff is performing at an extraordinary level, and we are providing more services today than we did before the crisis, more CLE, more publications, more communications, the reality is that revenue sources that we've relied on have dried up. We no longer have in-person meetings or in-person CLE. We no longer have a variety of different types of revenue, at least at the robust levels we had before. We are now in the period where we typically seek to have dues paid and collected, and we make our membership drive. People are hurting. So, we are already experiencing a shortfall in that respect. Likewise, we will have challenges too in other respects. But I can say this to you with complete confidence. We are blessed by those who came before us. We have a deep and strong foundation, economically and otherwise. And so, as the old adage holds, this too shall pass. And it shall. We have weathered dangerous storms before. This profession in its storied history has gone through 2 world wars, a Great Depression, Watergate, Vietnam, tumultuous times from the 1870s to the present day. And each time we have come through the crises stronger than ever before. But make no mistake, the coronavirus is an inflection point from which there is no turning back. The profession that we are going to look at when we get to the other side of the crisis in significant respects is going to look different than it did before the crisis. Trends that were already underway for years have been accelerated. Someone recently said, and I think aptly, we've seen more change in the last 5 to 10 days in the profession, at least with respect to technology, than we've seen in the last 5 to 10 years. But we are ready to help our colleagues, support our members in the profession better today than ever before. We have become a nimble technological powerhouse. We know the profession we are going to see in the future is one where face-to-face encounters with clients will likely be less frequent as remote platforms become more readily available and become a societal norm. We can fully expect that from Niagara Falls to Montauk, we are going to see technologically enhanced courtrooms around the state. But we and our virtual bar center and the resources and the capacity that we have built up over the last few years positions us like no other bar association in the world to support the profession. And we will do it because that's what we do. Leadership is the glory of this profession. It is who we are. It is what we do. It is in our DNA. And never before in the history of the legal profession, maybe in American history, has the public needed the voice of lawyers more than today. These are difficult times, these are dark times, but I submit there has never been a better time to be a New York lawyer or an American lawyer. And so, as we look to the future, I can't help but reflect how grateful I am to the members of this House, to the officers, to the staff, for the support they have provided me over the last 10 months. I am the luckiest man in the world. You have given me the most extraordinary gift any person could ever hope to have in our profession, which is to be the president of the New York State Bar Association. From the very bottom of my heart, I thank all of you for what you have given me. And I promise you, the last 2 months of my presidency, I will work harder and longer and in every way I can to support the great work of the association and the great work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Hank, for that very thorough and frankly very stirring report. It seems almost strange that we can't all collectively engage in an ovation at this point, but because of the limitations on Zoom, I guess we're all in different spots and it just wouldn't seem the same. But I can assure you that we will, in accordance with tradition, pay tribute to Hank in our next meeting in Cooperstown in June. And but in the meantime, I will just say, on behalf of everybody, on behalf of this House, and I think on behalf of all of our members, thank you, thank you, thank you for your incredible vision, your incredible energy, and your the incredible way in which you have discharged the obligations of the office of president of our association. And that having been said, we will now move to the next agenda item, which is the report of another stalwart of our association, our treasurer, Dominic Napolitano. Dominic, you ready to go?
I'm ready. Good morning, everyone. Tom, if you can run the video, please. So, I know that some of you may be grossly disappointed that my predictable Abbott and Costello video did not precede my report this morning. However, I believe that given the climate that we find ourselves in, being comedic is perhaps not the best way to begin. So in place of my standby Abbott and Costello video, I chose instead the Phoenix Rising as a symbol of where I believe our association, our state, and yes, indeed, our country can go from here. So as of today, I will be reporting on the results of the operating budget of the New York State Bar Association for the 2-month period ending February 29, 2020. Given the worldwide ongoing financial issues, I am also going to address some other areas that would normally not be included in this report, such as our investments and our reserves. I do want everyone to know, as President Greenberg touched upon, that our association is changing fast to adjust to the new world that we find ourselves in. I have been in constant daily contact with Pam McDivitt, our executive director, and over these past few weeks, we have been monitoring the losses and projected losses in various areas of the association very, very closely. Towards that end, we have a finance committee meeting, which under the leadership of its chairman, our future president, Andrew Brown, is scheduled to take place on April 13th. And on that agenda, we will be focusing on actions that we need to take and some actions that we have already taken. Everything and anything, I can assure you, will bring us to financial stability and growth, and that will be brought forth on the next meeting. Although this report could be seen as dismal, I have hope that so far that the impression that some of the associations have will fortunately put ourselves in a position to step into a virtual world. As President Greenberg pointed out, we are already there. Here we have 233 members of the House on this video call. So one of the things that President Greenberg pointed out is the CLE platform, which we moved to a better one called CE21 in January of this year. Our association's management system, which was moved also to Salesforce just a few weeks ago. As some areas have been impacted more than others financially, I will now address those issues up front. The association's investments have suffered like all of our own personal investments have suffered because of today's unstable market. The association's investment as of the end of December 2019 was $50,214,500. As of this past Thursday, at the close of the market, our balance was $45,078,000. The loss, as you can see right now, is $5,136,000. Although this is a paper loss at the moment, no one really knows what the market will do. We have had calls with our investment experts, and we've made some changes in how those investments are to be managed, and we will continue to keep those investment advisors in close contact. Let us turn now to the association's revenue. A big portion of the operating budget comes from our CLE revenue, and CLE has been one of the hardest hit budgets lines so far. Our projected CLE losses of revenue from March to June for canceled programs is estimated to be $562,850. In mitigation of this projected loss, our CLE chairperson, Kathy Sandusky, and her staff have and continue to reschedule what can be rescheduled, or have turned those matters that have been canceled into webinars. As noted, the CLE department staff has been working around the clock to change or convert live programs. These efforts have been successful and will help the association recoup some of those losses. As far as our annual meeting this past January, we raised $916,000, which is approximately $30,000 less than that which we raised the year before. The only explanation I can offer for this is due to a reduced attendance in this year's annual meeting. The gala, conceived in part both by past President Michael Miller and brought to fruition by President Greenberg, was truly a remarkable event. The gala raised $669,000 in sponsorships, revenue, and ticket sales. The expenses for the gala was $607,500, resulting in a profit of $61,500. As noted by past President Miller at yesterday's executive committee meeting, in reality, the profit from the gala is closer to $200,000. Since by doing the gala, we saved the expense of both the House of Delegates dinner at the Metropolitan Club, as well as the President's dinner at the Harvard Club, saving us a combined total of approximately $140,000. Turning to membership, our numbers are below where we were last year by over $300,000. It is hard to know for certain whether this is because of a transition in our IT department or because membership has also been affected by the COVID-19 impact. Let us turn to our expenses. Our total expenses for 2020 are now at $5,432,000, which is approximately $516,000 more than where we were in 2019. The reasons for the additional expenses, but are not limited to, are IT transition, since we are keeping the old with the new system being supported simultaneously until we are assured that the transition from the old to the new will be successful. We also recently experienced a cyber breach that caused files to be taken, resulting in slightly higher IT expenses. Our cybersecurity breach, I'm happy, however, to report that 90% of that breach of files has been retrieved. The breach did not affect any of our members in terms of their security information. The association does have cyber insurance, and a claim will be made to the carrier to recoup some, if not all, of our IT expenses, which we incurred this past March because of that breach. Staff salaries and fringes continue to decrease. We have seen this reduction in cost category over the past 3 years due to the tireless work of our Executive Director, Pam McDivitt, and her staff. We have outsourced much of our IT operation and now use outside services for both the cleaning of the bar center as well as servicing our print shop. As you can imagine, there will be costs associated with having our staff work remotely. When we meet in June, and hopefully in person, I will have a better idea of how much COVID-19 has impacted not only the association's revenue, but what it has cost us in these additional expenses. And the last thing I want to touch on is some business and I want to touch upon the businesses that are getting access to grants and loans due to the COVID-19. The Emergency Task Force, which I co-chair with June Castellano, are working on these exact issues. We have provided with the task force some subcommittees that are working on issues of wellness, as President Greenberg mentioned, as well as generating income to our solo and small firm practitioners. All of that information has been disseminated to the membership. We've been following very closely also not-for-profit associations which have been identified in some cases as ineligible, for example, the Paycheck Protection Program. We are seeking to lobby the governor to see if we can have that changed from 501c6s to be included in that program. So far, they are not. We're working not only with our government relations expert, Hillary Jokums, to see if she can lobby for that support in Congress, but also the firm of Greenberg Trager is developing strategy to see us through that as well. I want to thank you very much for listening to this report. I know that it was perhaps not what you expected it to be, but it is the truth. This is where we are. Financially, we are working very hard to keep ourselves afloat. And as I started this presentation by saying, rather than being comedic and showing a clip from Abbott and Costello, I thought perhaps the clip of the Phoenix Rising, where we are right now, is more appropriate. So, Chairman, that is my report.
Thank you, Dominic, for your report. And again, thank you for your service to the association, both as treasurer and now in your added capacity as co-chair of the Emergency Solo and Small Firm Task Force, along with June Castellano. Thank you very much. The next item of business is the election of nominating committee and state bar delegates to the ABA House of Delegates. That report will be delivered by Claire Goodekunst and will entail, as I understand it, 3 separate votes. So I'll turn it over to Claire to explain what it is that she'll be asking you to do, and we'll go from there. So Claire, good morning. Thank you. And the floor is yours.
Thank you, Scott. On behalf of the nominating committee, I submit nominations for district representatives on the nominating committee plus alternate members. They are the following. First District, Vincent Chang, Stephen Lessard, Susan Lindenauer, Michael McNamara, John Owens Jr., Seth Rosner, Jay Safer, Kaylin Whittingham, Stephen P. Younger, First Alternate, Adrian Koch, Second Alternate, Jai Chandra Sekar, Third Alternate to be submitted. Second District, Andrea Bonina, Armena Gale, Alternate, Judith Grimaldi. 3rd District, Elena DeFeo Kane, Honorable Rachel Kretzer, alternate Matthew Griesmer. 4th District, Tara Ann Pleat, Michelle Wildgruby, alternate Peter Coffey. 5th District, Timothy Fennell, Michael Getnick, alternate James Murphy. 6th District, Alyssa Barrero, Catherine Grant Madigan, alternate Aaron Eberly. 7th District to be submitted. 8th District, Vincent E. Doyle III, Leah R. Nowakowski, alternate Thomas O'Donnell. 9th District, James L. Heyer, Jessica D. Parker, Kelly M. Welch, alternate Dawn Kirby. 10th District, Honorable John J. Leo, John H. Gross, Honorable Derek J. Robinson, Lynn Poster Zimmerman. 1st alternate, Daniel Tambasco. 2nd alternate, Vincent J. Messina. 11th District, Chan-Woo Lee, Violet Samuels, alternate Steve Wimpheimer. 12th District, Samuel Braverman, Adam Sheldon, alternate Steve Milan. 13th District, Michael Gaffney, Robert Mulhall, alternate Orrin Cohen. I move that a single unanimous ballot be cast by the Secretary for the election of the district representatives on the nominating committee, plus alternate members.
Do I hear a second to that motion? Okay. I see that people are raising their hands, and I assume that they're doing that for the purposes of seconding the motion. So the motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? It does not appear that there is any, and therefore we will proceed to a vote. The poll window is open on the bottom of your screen, and at this time you vote either aye, nay, or abstention as you see fit. And Tom Richards will alert us when the polling is completed, and the results will be posted on the screen. It's a bit cumbersome, for which I apologize, but it gets the job done, and we'll have a clear numerical record of the vote.
I guess if I had known that there would be these delays, I could have done a Dominic and had some videos, but.
Oh, that's okay. By the way, and I'm discussing this with Claire, but you're all hearing this. Claire reported that there has been no submission of a slate of delegates from the 7th Judicial District, and therefore it is our hope that that will be submitted in short order, and that we'll take that up at the June meeting in Cooperstown. Have all votes been cast? I assume they have. Tom, are we ready to post the results? Well, it looks like 99% of the voters said voted in favor, 1% against, and no abstentions. So the motion clearly carries, and we move on now to the second part of Claire's report.
Okay. On behalf of the nominating committee, I submit the following nominations for delegates to the American Bar Association House of Delegates: T. Andrew Brown, Sharon Stern Gersman, Henry M. Greenberg, David P. Miranda, and Kenneth G. Standard. I move that a single unanimous ballot be cast by the Secretary for the election of the delegate nominees to the American Bar Association House of Delegates.
Thank you, Claire. Is there a second to that motion? Okay, the motion has been seconded, and we will now, is there any discussion? Hearing none, we will proceed to a vote. All those in favor, and again, with the polling screen will be posted on your screen, and I ask that you vote in favor, against, or abstain, and then the vote will be tallied and reported to you. Tom, can we get the polling screen up, please? There it is.
Well, we're showing the government how easy it is to vote.
Well said, Claire.
And while I have the floor, I want to thank the association for all the work it's been doing, but particularly to make this thing work. Tom Richards had a virtual office hours for us and answered all our questions to make this as easy as possible. So thank you.
Here, here.
Oh, and also you'll note that we only are voting for 5 delegates to the House of Delegates, I think, or 6. We actually have 11 delegates to the ABA House of Delegates, but 6 are elected in even years and 5 in odd years. So I guess we just voted for 6.
Yes, that's my understanding as well. Thank you, Claire, for pointing that out. Tom, as soon as you're ready, you can post the results of this vote.
Yay.
Okay, it was unanimous. Thank you all. And Claire, now the third.
Wow, we're going up here, right? Unanimity. Okay, so my third and last motion, on behalf of the nominating committee, I submit the following nomination for young lawyer delegate to the American Bar Association House of Delegates, Natasha Shishov. I move that a single unanimous ballot be cast by the Secretary for the election of the young lawyer delegate nominee to the American Bar Association House of Delegates.
Thank you, Claire. Is there a second to that motion? Okay, I have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, we will proceed to a vote on this motion. The voting screen is up, and you have 2 minutes to vote. So please proceed to vote and submit your vote.
And while you are voting, I will do an infomercial. It has been my honor to serve as chair of the nominating committee for 2019 to 2020. It's a great group of people. Everybody takes their job really seriously. However, the nominating committee can only nominate people who stand for office, who put themselves in or have someone else nominate them. So we need good candidates, and we are particularly interested in having diverse candidates. not just for the diversity member at large, but also for regular member at large and officer positions, in keeping with the association's longstanding commitment to diversity and the new diversity plan that the House adopted in January. So if you or anyone you know who is a member of NYSBA, okay, we changed the rules a year ago, so all you have to do is be a member of the state bar, except to be president-elect, you have to have been on the House at some point, but you just have to be a member of the state bar. If you are interested in moving up, you're already on the House of Delegates. If you want to move up in the leadership of the association to the executive committee as an officer or a member at large, to run for president-elect, please submit your statement of candidacy and supporting letters by September 1, 2020. And if you want to run for secretary, treasurer, or a regular or diversity member at large seat, submit your statement of candidacy and supporting letters by September 1st or as soon after that as possible. And this is it's always a great year to run and be a leader of this association, but this is a great year to run because I understand that there will be open seats for secretary and for 2 regular member at large positions and 1 diversity member at large position. The current members of those member at large positions are not eligible for re-election, as well as there are 2 regular member at large positions, I believe, and 1 diversity, or maybe more than 2, I think it's 2, and 1 diversity member at large position for which the current members may seek re-election, but those are seats open as well. So as they say, you have to be in it to win it. So please consider running for office. In these crazy times, NYSBA needs great leaders more than ever. We have them in Hank and Scott and Dominic and Sherry and everyone else, but we need them going forward. And I and any member of the Leadership Development Committee or the Nominating Committee would be happy to speak with you about the process anytime between now and September 1st. We're all sitting at home. So that's the end of the infomercial. Back to you, Scott.
Thank you, Claire, and I'm happy to report that this motion carried unanimously as well, so that we have elected a young lawyer delegate. And with that, Claire, I thank you very much for your service generally as chair of the nominating committee and all the other things you've done for our association. And thank you in particular today for this excellent presentation and for enabling us to carry out these votes. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, we now move to the next agenda item, and this is the first substantive report of the meeting. This is the report and recommendations of the Task Force on Rural Justice. By way of background, the task force was formed to study the trends of lack of lawyers in rural areas of our state, as well as the impending retirement of current lawyers, and to make recommendations to ensure access to justice in those rural communities. You received an informational report from the task force at our January 2020 meeting, and today the report will be presented in final form for your approval. The report will be presented by the task force co-chairs, Justice Stanley L. Pritzker and Tahir Perlman. If you would like to speak from the floor of the House after the conclusion of the presentation, please send a message regarding this report. Please send a message in the chat box or press the raise hand button in order to bring that to our attention. And at this time, I have great pleasure in turning the matter over to Justice Pritzker and Ms. Perlman for their report. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. I appreciate that introduction very much. And I'm just going to say a couple of quick words, just how much I appreciate NYSBA's giving us this opportunity to make the case for rural justice in New York State. Our task force worked very, very hard on this report, but I need to tell you all that it was a labor of love. And again, I appreciate everything. And without any further ado, I think I'm going to turn this over to my co-chair, Tahir. She's got a presentation for you, and then you'll hear a little bit from me afterwards. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Judge Pritzker. And hey, hello, everyone. Thank you for being here this morning and for your attention. The report has been circulated, but the final draft of it has been finalized this week, and that'll be made available to you as well. I'm just going to quickly do a screen share so you could follow along in our presentation. There's going to be a lot of maps and infographics, and I'll be explaining a lot of them to you. I also wanted to give you a format of what you're about to receive here. So first, I'm going to present the background and research that we did as a task force. And from there, I'm going to pass the mic back to Judge Pritzker, who will do a summary of all the interventions that we're recommending to address the crisis. And from there, we'll open up the floor for the rest of you. So let's just begin. This map right here lays out just how rural New York State is. Defining rural was something that the task force did not get bogged down on. We just relied on the New York State executive law definition in section 481, which defines rural as any county that has a population of 200,000 people or less. You could see here that when we use that definition, the majority of the state is quite rural. In fact, 80% of the landmass of New York State is rural. We worked with demographers from Cornell's Community and Regional Development Institute to help us understand the nuances of defining this and also doing research on the topic. And they basically said it was very contextual. The definition is unique by different study. There's federal agencies and state agencies to define it differently. But you know, the demographer we worked with joked, basically rural is a lower population density with limited proximity to a population center. And on top of that, even when we're talking about a county as rural, we acknowledged that even in the urban counties, there are rural areas. So we have to account for that as well. And one thing to also note is that according to 2018 US Census data, roughly 17% of New Yorkers live in these rural counties, and that's roughly 3,200,000 people. Just so you know the scale of what people we're talking about within the state. This right here is our master map. It plots out all the attorneys in New York State according to the Office of Court Administration's attorney registration data. The significant thing to note in this map is that there's a real urban clustering that happens with licensed attorneys in New York State. This isn't unique to New York State. It's a reality in all other jurisdictions as well. And other jurisdictions that have studied this issue report similar distribution of attorneys. According to 2018 data, there's roughly 179,000 registered attorneys in New York State, and roughly 155,000 and change have New York State addresses listed. The rural county addresses account for 6,176 attorneys. So 6,176 attorneys, which represents roughly 4% of all the registered attorneys, are providing legal services in 80% of the landmass of New York State. And we've learned that far less than that 4% actually offer legal services to the public, because not all licensed attorneys are private practitioners or legal aid attorneys that would be available for public services. Important thing to know is that this isn't just a New York problem. This is happening across all other states. Other states have their own initiatives. We turn to those initiatives to study what they've been doing to guide us in our own analysis for New York State. And we really focus on California as well, because they're very similar to New York State. They have the second most attorneys of any other jurisdiction. They're also a very large state that's predominantly rural, and they have a very similar clustering effect where attorneys practice in rural area or the urban areas. And the main thing here is the significant indicator of the need is the graying of the bar, that the rural practitioners that are out there are on the verge of retirement in the next 10 to 30 years. And in fact, our rural practitioner survey that we did through the Government Law Center at Albany Law School has shown that roughly 75% of all rural practitioners today in New York State are going to be retiring in the next 10 to 30 years. And there's no new attorneys taking their place, so that indicates a crisis in the near future. We kind of took a deeper dive into understanding what the distribution of attorneys were based on age. And this right here, working with data scientists, we configured this map. Each dot represents a newly admitted attorney. Attorneys that, according to the attorney registration list, have been admitted between 2014 and 2018. Similar to our master map of attorneys, you see this urban clustering effect. And then what we did was we took the attorney registration data of attorneys that were admitted in 1988 or earlier, which are those veteran attorneys that have been in practice for at least 30 years, and we plotted it on the map as well. Those attorneys represent the blue dots. And what you see is this remarkable effect where the distribution of older generation attorneys is much more spread out and numerous across the rural territories. And you see far less newer generation attorneys settling into those areas. And this was also captured by many lamentations from our rural practitioner survey, where the respondents talked about how few new attorneys there were, how many of the attorneys are going to age out of practice, and the dim prospects that's going to lead to when those attorneys retire. Here is a chart that just essentially summarizes that data in a different format. It shows the age misbalance in rural versus urban counties. And you see that newer attorneys in rural areas are much more heavily outnumbered by late career attorneys than in the newer attorneys in urban areas. So here we studied a lot of the challenges that rural practitioners face. And this was one of the challenges that was highlighted in our report, the reality of the town and village court system. There's 1,197 town and village courts in New York State, and rural practitioners can potentially appear in any of these courts. And this doesn't include the state courts and the federal courts that they might have to appear in front of. And this kind of scattered court system makes it especially burdensome for a rural practitioner, because if you're one of the few attorneys that are offering legal services in your county, and folks from around the county are coming to you, they're going to be asking you to appear in these courts for them to help them through their legal issues. And it's the windshield time in getting to these courts. Many of these courts don't meet every day. They only meet like once a week, once a month at particular hours in the evening. There's no e-filing. It's incredibly cumbersome to get documents from these courts. And so a few of our interventions try to address those challenges related to the town and village court system. And we didn't go deeply into it because previous task forces have already addressed the town and village courts. So we just deferred to previous reports. And this right here is just a close-up of Franklin County in the North Country. You see that there's 20 town and village courts. They're scattered across the Adirondack Mountains and to the north of them. And again, it just demonstrates the incredible lift that a rural practitioner has in providing services within their county for their residents. This here is a map that helps to visualize the resident to attorney ratio. Basically, when we're dealing with less population, you would expect there to be less attorneys. So why are we alleging that there's a shortage of attorneys in rural communities? There's less people, so of course there'll be less attorneys. But this map right here really clearly shows that that's not really what's happening on the ground, because the resident per attorney ratios are much higher in rural parts than they are in urban parts. So here, just to help you read this map, the darker areas of the map represent locations where there are more residents per attorney. So for urban areas, we have 1 to 40 residents for 1 attorney. Whereas in the really darker areas, in the more rural areas, we have 201 or more residents for 1 attorney. And that really explains the anecdotal information that came out of our practitioner survey about rural practitioners feeling especially overwhelmed with their caseloads, their difficulties making referrals in their geographic regions, and just the general overwhelm that they feel by the caseload. Some reported that they felt like they couldn't retire because too many people relied on them and there was no alternative. So you see that, there really is a shortage here. And this right here, this is an Appendix E of our report. It's a spreadsheet that details the numbers per county. And for all of you delegates, if you're curious about your county data, please refer to that for information. And basically, this really does warrant deeper study because it can reveal even more interesting trends and information if you take a deeper dive into this. And yeah, so just introducing our actual recommendations, I just wanted to give you the conceptual framework of how we went about doing this. It was no easy task because the forces that lead to the challenges in rural communities is really expansive. It's social, it's economic, it's political. It has to do with things that are oftentimes out of our control. And so our strategy was to break up into 5 subcommittees. And each subcommittee was in charge of a discrete subject category that we thought would really make an impact on the ground. I urge all of you to turn to Appendix A in the report if you want to learn more about our subcommittees, the compositions of those subcommittees and what each one was tasked to do. But from their deeper studies, we came up with our package of proposals. The proposals are directed at multiple stakeholders. There's interventions that require action from the New York State Bar Association. There's ones that require action from the state legislature. There's ones that require action from the unified court system and from New York State law schools. All of these recommended interventions, they're not mutually exclusive. Any one of them could get carried out on its own. But the more that we implement, the better the situation will be for everyone. And we kind of took an approach of inviting these multiple stakeholders to take these interventions on and make them happen. And with that, I'm going to pass the mic over to Judge Pritzker, who will summarize what our recommendations are.
Thank you, Tayer. Folks, I'm going to give you the 2-minute drill, okay? Firstly, these recommendations can be summarized in Appendix F and could be found in pages 15 through 37 if you want detail. Let's start with the money, funding-related interventions. We're proposing that New York adopt a direct pay model to furnish eligible applicants a 5-year direct payment of $22,148 per year if they agree to, among other things, practice in certain defined rural areas. We also explored student loan repayment programs and promoting existing programs. And we also talked about expanding a tuition assistance program called the New York State Excelsior Program. Now moving to number 2, which is law school and new attorney interventions. You start first with the law schools having to gather data and find out what they're doing, if anything, to help the rural practitioners. Next, we look at assessing the curriculum with an eye towards the needs of rural attorneys, including substantive and skill-based training to increase access and online learning as well. Increase students' access to information about rural practice. And what's really important and very challenging is change the way rural practice is perceived by negating the perception that earning big bucks defines success in this business. I don't believe that, and I hope the schools aren't promoting that. Next, we go to the actual rural practice interventions. And there's a few of them here. First, raise the 18B rates. Second, relax certain residency requirements for attorneys who wish to become public officers in rural areas to increase the talent pool. 3, raise the cap on small claims cases to at least $7,500 to make it viable to have a case in small claims with a lawyer. Eliminate will filing fees. And also, we said something for NYSBA to do. Think about offering even further assistance to consult lawyers in transition and mentoring young attorneys. I know you all do that now, but it's an important thing. Number 4, broadband and technology interventions. This is very, very important and very topical right now. We're proposing that New York State have a goal of phase 4. They did 3 phases, but we want it to be expanded. So we have an infrastructure with a download speed of at least 100 megabits per second and an upload speed of at least 30 megabits per second for all New Yorkers, wherever you are. OCA, we need you to keep doing the Skype stuff and the Zoom stuff just like you're doing, and expand e-filing. Finally, we again recommended that NYSBA, which you've already voted on before, think about repealing Judiciary Law 470, or at least advocating for that, which requires an actual physical office in New York State. We think that is something you already adopted, but we think it's an important thing too relative to the rural practice. And finally, our law and policy intervention. We are recommending that Court Rule 100.6B2 be amended to allow part-time attorney judges to practice in courts where other part-time attorney judges preside within the same county. And we showed you, we put the actual way it can be easily amended. And this is to allow for further attorneys to practice in town and justice courts. And with that, I think I did my 2-minute drill, and I'm going to turn it right back over to Tahir.
Thank you, Judge Pritzker. So basically that summarizes it. I urge all of you to read the report in detail. For every single intervention we propose, we go into an explanation of why it's relevant to face the challenge and how it will improve the challenge and why it's so important. Our task force members were incredibly dedicated from across the state. And I thought it was just an incredible way to bring collaborative, creative ideas together to put together this full scope of interventions. Like I said earlier, it's going to take the proverbial village to institute some of these recommendations, but I think it's possible. We all believe it's possible. And again, I just wanted to remind everybody, given that so many attorneys in the state bar practice in urban areas, it's natural that bar associations focus on the needs of those urban centered attorneys. But like I said, we have 3 million plus people across 80% of New York State landmass that are not getting sufficient access to justice. And that lack is only going to increase. So it's incumbent on us to do something about that. Rural justice is justice for all. And even though the bar naturally is focusing on its urban located attorneys, we need to think about how we're going to help the rural attorneys as well, and all New Yorkers that have a right to the same quality of justice that we give to everybody. So thank you for your attention, and opening up the floor to you all.
Okay, thank you very much, Justice Pritzker and Tair. We will, I want to report, first of all, that at yesterday's meeting of the Executive Committee, voted to recommend approval of this report and recommendations by the House of Delegates. I will also tell you that we're in receipt of letters of support from the President's Committee on Access to Justice, as well as the Legal Aid Committee. And with that, I will ask for a motion to approve the report and recommendations of the Task Force on Rural Justice. Okay, I see that I have such a motion. Is there a second? I have a second. Very good. Okay, at this point, we will open it up for discussion. Would anybody like to be heard in connection with this pending motion? Remember, you can bring that, you can indicate your intention to be heard, your wish to be heard, either through a chat message or through raising your hand.
Scott, Paula Engel has raised her hand.
Okay, then I will recognize Paula Engel. Remember, we asked for that you limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Paula, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you first to the task force. That's a tremendous report. I've had the opportunity to read it entirely. In Onondaga County, I represent one of the delegates from the 5th Judicial District, and we have a mix of both urban and rural areas that face in the rural areas those challenges. My suggestions are these. I think that we're going to see some synergy between the findings of the report on the uniform bar exam, that people are not coming out of law school as well prepared to practice New York state law, and therefore may not feel comfortable hanging out their own shingle in a rural community. And I would support the development of a more broad-based mentoring program and more New York state law in the law school education. The next thing I would suggest is that in going beyond the $7,500 recommendation to as much as $10,000 to $15,000 for small claims court, which I believe would be helpful in implementing some of these recommendations. And I pass the baton back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. The chair now recognizes past President Robert Ostertag, who wishes to speak in connection with the motion. Bob, you have the floor.
Upstate rural court basically is with the judges, the lay judges who sit on a bench looking down at attorneys trying to represent their clients, and who have a very difficult time doing that before these judges because the judges have no experience or very little experience and very little knowledge of law procedures and the law itself. And we have suffered with this problem in New York for decades and decades and decades. And I understand that in the more rural areas, really rural areas like Hamilton County, there may not be sufficient lawyers around to who may be willing to take these responsibilities on as judges. But throughout most of the state, that is not the case, I don't believe. And we ought to be doing something by way of making an effort to create a district court system such as they have on Long Island in the 2nd Department, with the courts that are manned by judges who are attorneys and who decide cases, hopefully, based upon the law and not upon what's acceptable to the local community and to their friends and neighbors and all of that. So I have submitted a paper. I hope everybody will read it, and I hope one of these days somebody will address the problem, because it is a problem and has been a problem and will continue to be a problem forever and ever until it is resolved. I thank you, Scott.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Next, the chair recognizes Norm Effman. Norm, you have the floor. Norm, are you with us?
How am I doing now?
Okay, we hear you now. I hear you now.
All right, thank you. I don't know what happened on the Zoom program, but first of all, it's a wonderful report. It gives information that was not available before. And I'm sorry, Norm Effman, I'm Vice President, 8th Judicial District. That one dot you saw in Wyoming County on the map, that was me. I'm the public defender in Wyoming County, which is as rural as we get in New York State. Well, maybe the North Country is a little bit more, but be that as it may. I support what Bob just said, and I would urge the State Bar to really incorporate 3 reports. The report that has just been presented, as well as the report on town and village courts that was, I think, presented in June of last year, as well as the Raise the Rates report on the 18B rates. They're all involving the same issue. The problem I think that has been addressed but not addressed sufficiently in this report is the inability of rural institutional providers, specifically public defenders and legal aid societies, to recruit from the law schools. It's reviewed in the report, but not significantly enough. There is money available through the state right now for jobs in public defense in New York State and in the rural areas specifically, where we're each asked to increase our staff by significant numbers. Recruiting to Allegheny, Cattaraugus, Wyoming counties is extremely difficult. It's like what Governor Cuomo was talking about, in that we are all competing for the same ventilators and masks, and we're trying to outbid each other to get people to access rural justice. We need to do something more in the law schools, and we need to do a better job of marketing the fact that there are well-paying jobs with significant benefits, and by the way, we're deemed essential, so you continue to get paid through this type of crisis right now. But we're simply not getting candidates because we're competing with each other. You can offer people $80,000 and $30,000 worth of benefits, and they still think if you don't work in New York City, you might as well go to Michigan. So I urge the combination of this report, along with the report on town and village judges, along with Raise the Rates, and to focus on the law schools and creating a market that is more accessible to the rules to access lawyers and law students who want to practice in the rural areas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Norm. Next, past President Vince Doyle has indicated that he would like to be heard. Vince? Make sure you're unmute yourself.
I'm trying. Am I
There you go.
unmuted?
Yeah, but nice background, by the way.
Thank you. No.
Don't get too close to any of those people, by the way.
Buffalo Bills fans are handling this just fine. I have 2 questions that I'd like to pose to the presenters. First of all, an excellent job by the presenters and by the committee. Really, really impressive work and impressive report. The 2 questions are this. I am a bit troubled by the recommendation to revise Rule 100.6 regarding the appearance of part-time judges in front of other judges in the same county. And Judge, you went through that quickly, and we appreciate that, but I wonder if you could speak a little bit more about that recommendation, why the committee is recommending that. My inclination right now is to think that that rule serves an important purpose of ensuring that the appearance of fairness and impropriety is maintained in these courts, and that it would be troubling for the participants to realize that a judge in the next town over is appearing in front of a brother or sister judge. So that's question one. Question two has to do with whether any consideration was given by the committee to making a recommendation about expanding the availability and use of ADR, alternative dispute resolution measures, as a way to control and facilitate earlier resolution and easier resolution of cases that might have an impact on this. And I don't want to take credit for that, or any credit for that question. Bridget O'Connell, who is a delegate from the 8th District and president of our Erie County Bar Association and involved in the court system ADR program, had suggested it to me when I spoke to her. So I wanted to make sure that that question was raised, and if it was not addressed, which I don't think it is in the report, is there any thought to continuing the work of the committee to address that? And those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vince. At this point, I will ask either or both Justice Pritzker and Tair to respond to the questions posed by past President Doyle.
Well, thank you for those questions. Excellent questions. Firstly, the first issue, as to the part-time judges, that was debated quite a bit in our committee, just so you know. We spoke about it a lot. And ultimately, given the important reason for the rules you note, okay, the possible conflict of interest, we thought on measure, weighing it out, it wasn't worth it based on measure because of a number of other things. We already have a code of judicial ethics, judicial ethics and ethics for attorneys that control their behavior and their conduct. So we thought this extra overlapping, really what it did was, and in some cases, it seemed to have a devastating effect on attorneys that wanted to be town judges. They couldn't take the hit on their business. And what I'm going to just refer you to is that there's a very lengthy discussion on this, page 35 through 38, 37. We talked about all the whys and wherefores, and that's how we came down as a committee. But your issue that you raised was definitely articulated. Secondly, as to your second issue with respect to the ADR, I had discussions with OCA's ADR group that's initiating the mandatory ADR about this very report and how we would love to help them in any way we can. We don't have anything continuing per se, but I explained that we fully back those proposals. We think they are in line with most of this that we put in as well. But it is a bit of a different topic that we didn't take up directly. I hope that answers your questions.
Thank you, Justice Pritzker. We'll now move to the next person who's indicated an intention to speak, and that is Karina Alomar. Judge Alomar, the floor is yours. Unmute yourself if you haven't already.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. First, thank you for giving me the floor. Thank you for such a wonderful report. I just wanted to note one thing, and that is that with respect to the increase in small claims caps, I believe that the state legislature did in fact increase the small claims cap from the 5,000 number to 10,000 this year.
I don't think that's in upstate New York necessarily, is it?
It was my understanding that that was statewide, because that's what we were informed in Queens County.
So if I could just interject, one of the things we're focusing on in the report is to increase the cap in town and village courts. The provision about the cap for small claims makes a distinction between city courts and town and village courts. And it's an unfair double standard. And given that the majority of the courts in rural counties are the town and village courts, we're proposing that the double standard be eliminated and that the cap be raised to match and be uniform across the state, because there is a distinction. Town and village courts they have a lower cap. And that's what we're recommending, increasing the town and village court cap for small claims courts.
I see.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
We have a number of people who are asking to speak, so please keep your remarks brief and do not be repetitive of those who have already posed questions or made statements. The next speaker who has indicated a desire to speak is former President Sharon Stern Gersman. Sharon, the floor is yours. Sharon, if you have not unmuted, please do so.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And first, let me thank the chairs for the excellent presentation. I was honored to be a member of this task force, and in fact, with Richard Rifkin, the co-chair of the Law and Policy Subcommittee, that did recommend the change to the rule that Vince Doyle asked about and that Judge Pritzker so ably answered about. Let me just add a little bit to that in addition to the material that's in the report. During my year as president-elect, I was very pleased to travel around the state and spoke in many, many upstate counties. And this was one of the issues that we continually heard from rural counties, people who either wanted to be themselves town and village judges, but could not afford to do so because it would be such a significant impediment to their own practices. One lawyer even told me that he had run for and been elected as a town judge not knowing about this rule and was now faced with the difficulty that his practice has hit because of it. And given the long-standing view of this association that we should only have people appear before lawyer judges, and to avoid non-lawyer judges, especially when the stakes are so high and people can go to jail, we thought this was extremely important to enact in order to encourage more lawyers to become town and village judges. I do want to respond briefly to Bob Ostertag's remarks about establishing district judges across the state. I think that's something that has been addressed many times in many different reports. We have had reports on town and village courts where that recommendation has been considered and promoted. It just was not within the purview of this task force to address that. But we are all embracing the need to ensure as well as we can that, especially when people face jail time, that they have to appear before lawyer judges. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon.
Can I just quickly add something?
Just please make it fast because we're
really
late.
fast. I just also wanted to say that there's a focus with that rule. There's a focus on the impropriety for the attorneys, but the improprieties also exist with lay judges. And lay judges don't have the professional rules of ethics that they're obliged to follow, or and while they're trained to understand judicial ethics, there's still concerns with lay judges and the ethical improprieties of that as well. That is still at issue.
Thank you, Tahir.
Yeah.
The next, now we have 4 more people who've asked to speak on this resolution, on this report recommendation. I will recognize those 4, Mark Alcott, Joe Ranney, Sherry Wallach, and David Singer. I will cut off comments after Mr. Singer, and because there are no others now, and that will have been a lot of discussion on this. So at this point, I will recognize past President Mark Alcott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Of course, I join everyone in commending this committee for its formidable report, which I support. But I want to address the point, although it's already been addressed by some others, that Bob Ostertag has raised, which I think is quite important, about the fact that so many of the town and village justices are not lawyers. During my presidency, this association adopted as policy that such judges should always be lawyers, and I lobbied for it, and I testified in favor of it before the state legislature. I found that the political power of the non-lawyer justices was so substantial that we could not make any headway. I would urge the association to reignite that effort and to try very hard to make some headway, taking into account that you will face substantial, but in my view, not very persuasive opposition. And I agree that there are many lawyers in rural areas who would like to fill these positions but cannot do so because it would decimate their practice. So although I understand Vince Doyle's concern, I share the sentiments of Sharon Gersman and Judge Pritzker that we should move forward on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. The chair recognizes Joe Ranney. Mr. Ranney, you have the floor.
Okay, I have it. All right. Okay, now it works. Good morning. Just very quickly, I support the report. I support Bob's remarks, and it is an old fight as far as non-attorney judges. But one thing I thought would, and I'm a former town judge, the one thing I thought would be that you can't appear in contiguous towns, but would otherwise be able to appear in other justice courts. That would alleviate some of that problem. And raising the small claims limit to 10,000, which would be the same as New York City, is a great idea. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The chair recognizes our secretary, Sherry Levin Wallach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everybody. I want to also echo everybody who has supported this report and the excellent work done on it. I was chair of the criminal justice section, and began the committee that issued the Town and Village Justice Report. So this issue is very near and dear to my heart. What I want to comment on is actually what I've seen that's happening currently with the state of things involving technology and the need to go virtual. I'm from Westchester County, and we have over 40 town and village justice courts. We also have five city courts as well as the county court parts. And I wonder if this task force explored it all. just the oversight and as it exists. And I realize that at this point, it's really a state constitutional issue, although I believe there can be legislative fixes. But having to get 41 or 42 local courts to go virtual for criminal purposes involving arraignments where we have to have defendants appearing virtually as well has been quite the challenge and has taken up the better part of the last 2 weeks of my life. That issue largely, I think, goes to who's in charge of who. So in order to accomplish this, something that seems so simple, we have supervising judge of the county court, we have the judge supervising the city courts, we have the judge supervising the magistrates association, and the lack of resources within those town and village courts. So I bring that to the attention. I wonder if this committee looked at that at all. It does go toward, the push, in my opinion, toward district courts or some kind of centralized off our court, which we've talked about, and I believe was addressed in the Town and Village Justice Task Force report from the criminal justice section that Norm referenced. We really need some kind of centralization in order to be able to accomplish justice properly and fairly in this state for everyone. And so that is really one of the issues that I thought, I know you haven't had the opportunity necessarily to see that because this is a new world that we're living in, but that has become very, very apparent looking at as we are right now. So I thank you very much for your report and wonder if you looked at all into that, that structural issue.
Sherry, are you posing a question to the?
Yes, I did, and I believe the judge is going to answer.
Judge, do you want to answer that?
I just want to say that that's a huge issue, but it was beyond the scope of our report, particularly when we were doing the substance of it. But it's certainly going to be an issue here and forward.
Thank you, Judge.
And we will conclude the comments on the report with David Singer. David, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. First, I want to compliment those who have made this presentation and prepared this report, which I think is excellent. A couple of quick points, which have been touched on, so I'll be brief. Regarding increasing the cap in small claims court to $7,500, I want to reiterate that at least in New York City, the cap has already been increased to $10,000. So if the goal, which I think has been stated, is to create a consistent standard statewide, that I would encourage and recommend that the cap in the report be increased to $10,000. This will not only encourage attorney representation, as has been mentioned, but it would also increase access to justice for lower income residents in the rural communities who can appear on their own and represent themselves pro se. The second point I'd like to make is just to double down on the issue of alternate dispute resolution. As a representative from the dispute resolution section, as you all know, the Court Annex mediation was the subject of an important task force this last year, and the recommendations were adopted and by the Chief Judge and the OCA. And I think that the importance of court annexed mediation in rural communities is particularly important for the reasons that have been articulated in the report. And I would encourage that the importance of court annexed mediation and expanding court annexed mediation in rural areas be actually incorporated into the report if that's still possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Singer. The presenters have a very short, abbreviated opportunity to respond either to Mr. Singer or just to close on the report. Do either of you wish to say anything further?
I have nothing further at this time.
Okay. And Ms. Perlman?
I don't have anything further. I just wanted to thank all the delegates that spoke up and shared their comments. I took a lot of notes on this, and I really appreciate your engagement on these topics. So thank you so much.
Great. Thank you both again for a wonderful report. And we will now close comments and proceed to a vote. Let's put the vote up, the polling icon up on the screen, and you will be asked to vote. You'll have 2 minutes to do so, either yes, no, or abstention. And if you abstain, please indicate who you are and when you abstain, so that we have a record of that. So we're voting.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion.
Well, is this a procedural motion or a substantive motion? You spoke, Vince, and I'm surprised you didn't make it at the time.
I listened to your instructions at the beginning carefully to reserve any motions.
Well,
so
reserve procedural motions till the end. Do you have a procedural motion? I
I
won't
do.
deny you the opportunity to make it, but please do so
Sure.
as briefly as possible.
So I understand that the motion that's on the table is to approve the report.
And recommendations.
Yeah, and recommendations. And I would move to amend that from the recommendation under section V of the report, which is...
Sorry, Vinny, you cut out for a moment and I didn't hear the full part of your motion. Can you repeat it?
So the motion is to amend the current motion to amend, so that the approval of the House does not apply to the recommendation to amend section 100.6 of the New York Court rules regarding the appearance of part-time judges in other courts in the same county. So basically, it's the same issue I raised in my question, and I listened very carefully to the response to my question, but I'm unmoved, and my motion is that we not approve that recommendation.
Thank you. Your motion is made, and is there a second to the motion? Okay, I see that it has been seconded. We'll move to discussion, and please, this has already been discussed to a significant extent in the comment period, so please don't be repetitive. I'm concerned about the time, and I want to proceed in an orderly fashion. So if you have something to say on the motion to amend, please make sure that you're not being repetitive to what's been said before. And with that, I will recognize anybody who wishes to be heard on the motion. I'm not seeing anybody. Tom, do we have any people to speak?
Scott, I believe that Sharon Stern-Gersman would like to present or to speak.
Sharon, you're recognized for the purposes of speaking in connection with Mr. Doyle's motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief because I've already made these comments. This went through a considerable debate at the task force level. We're cognizant of the issue that Mr. Doyle has raised, but we have competing priorities of this association that are significantly impacted by this rule. And that is the reason why I will be voting no to the amend, and I urge the rest of the House to do likewise.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, hearing no further comments. I'm sorry, is there somebody else wanting to be recognized?
Yes, Joe Ranney.
Okay, Mr. Ranney, what is the purpose of your comment? What do you have to say?
Just seeing if Mr. Doyle would entertain a friendly amendment to make that non-contiguous towns, rather than the entire county, just that they would be precluded from town and village courts in contiguous towns to wherever they sit.
Mr. Doyle, I'll allow you to respond should you wish to do so.
Yeah, I would accept that.
Thank you.
So we have it's a friendly amendment to the motion to amend, which will modify to non-contiguous towns. That having been said, is there any further discussion on the motion to amend as amended? Tom, are we getting anybody else?
No, there's, well, David Sala just raised his hand.
Mr. Sala, do you want to be heard in connection with the motion to amend?
I just want to make sure I understand it, what I'm voting on then. So what the motion to amend now is that part-time lawyer judges would not be permitted to appear in any court in their town or the non-contiguous or the contiguous towns. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's my understanding. Yes, it is, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, I see that Karina Alomar would like to make a friendly amendment. Karina, is this to an amendment to Vince Doyle's motion to amend? No, you want to make a friendly amendment to the underlying motion to approve the report and recommendation. Is that correct? Okay, well, that's, I will address that presently, but right now on the floor is a motion, Mr. Doyle's motion as amended to amend the report and recommendations. There's no further requests for discussion, so we will bring that to a vote. All those, okay, I'm getting requests that we read the amendment. Tom or Kathy, can you, are you able to read the amendment so that everybody has a clean understanding of what it is we're voting on?
Okay, the motion as I have it is a motion to amend to exclude the recommendation as to Rule 100.6 with respect to own courts or contiguous courts.
That, does that meet with your understanding, Mr. Doyle?
Yeah, I think just for...
Why don't you restate the motion so that you can make it as clear as possible?
I think as amended, it would be more correct to phrase it that the motion is to amend the recommendation of the committee as stated in the report that the Rule 100.6, that the requirement that or prohibition on a part-time judge from practicing in another court in the same county in which he or she is located, that be changed to a prohibition on practicing in another court in a contiguous town in which from which his or her court is located.
Thank you. Is everybody satisfied now that they have an understanding of what it is we're voting for? Or against, as the case may be. Yes. Tom, did you have anything else to add?
Two members have raised their hand.
Yeah, it should be town or village, by the way.
I agree with that.
Yes, okay. And that having been said, we will bring it to the motion should be to a vote, be brought to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to amend the recommendation signify by saying, by clicking on aye. All those opposed, click on nay, and otherwise abstain. You may vote now.
Aren't you going to change?
As soon as the votes are tabulated, you can post them.
There's a chat going around talking about part-time city judges as well that could come within this because they could be contiguous.
Well, I have to rule that out of order at this point. We've already voted on it and we have to move on. And I don't know really if there are any city courts that are concerned, that we're concerned with at this point anyway. Maybe there are, but that will be a matter for further discussion down the road.
Hey, Scott, I'll close the poll now.
Okay, the motion to amend Mr. Doyle's motion carries. Thank you very much for that. And we will now move to a vote on the main report and recommendations of the Rural Justice Task Force. We've already had our discussion, and we will move to a vote on that at this point. Karina, did you have an additional motion that you wanted to make addressed to the main motion?
Yeah, yes, I would like to do a friendly amendment to increase the small claims amount from 7,500 to 10,000 so that it be consistent with New York City.
Do the proponents have a position on that?
I like the idea. Our recommendation was to at least 7,500, so I think it fits right in. Tayer?
Yes, I agree. I think it's good that we stay consistent.
Okay, so then the friendly amendment is accepted so that the vote will be to either approve or disapprove the report and recommendations as amended with respect to the town and village justices and as amended with respect to the jurisdictional limits as discussed. Anything else? Okay, let's proceed.
Wait, I'm sorry, Scott. It just occurred to me that I don't mean to throw a curveball at this, but piggybacking this on our previous motion about the town and village justices and how many of them are non-attorneys, I just have concern about the impact that would have if more cases are litigated in those town and village courts that have higher monetary stakes. That's just my personal take. And I'm sorry to throw the curveball, but it's just like an instinct that I have that it might have repercussions that I think we need to report back to the task force.
Well, that may be. So do you want to revoke your acceptance of the friendly amendment, and then we have to, vote on the proposed amendment. So you tell me how you want to proceed. But we have to wrap this up. So please tell me you want to consult, and I want to hear from Judge Pritzker as well. But we need to get a determination here.
I'll let the delegates vote on it. I just wanted to air my.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
All right. Let's continue with the vote on the main motion. Is that where we're up to at this point? As amended, as amended twice. Are we ready to go? Let's go. Let's proceed to a vote. And to answer your question, the increase was accepted as a friendly amendment, so we didn't vote on it. But we're voting on it as part of the underlying report as amended.
And a reminder to please email me if you abstain. I saw there were 5 abstentions there were 5 abstentions for the amendment. So please just make sure to email me at trichards@nysba.org should you abstain. Thank you.
Okay. Just waiting for the tabulation. There's a request to repeat the motion. I think at this point it's been repeated ad nauseum. I will deny that request at this point. Many people have already voted. Okay. The ayes have it overwhelmingly, 95%, 3% nay, and 2% abstention. The motion, as amended, as twice amended, carries, and I thank the presenters, and I thank the task force for a terrific report and something that I think can make a real contribution to the justice system in our state. So thank you all very much, and you have the appreciation of the chair, and I'm sure of the members of the House as well. We now move to the report and recommendations of the task force on the New York State Bar examination, to be presented by the presiding justice and of the Appellate Division Second Department, and a member of our House of Delegates, and the chair of the task force. He wears many hats, the Honorable Alan Shankman. Judge, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Scott. Can everyone hear me?
Your sound is very muffled. Can you get a little closer to your microphone?
Can you hear me now? Is that okay?
I can. Are there other members who are having problems? Well, just talk as loud as you possibly can. And
thank you. I will endeavor to do that. Is that better?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So I want to thank you, Scott, and I'd like to thank the members of the House for affording me this opportunity to present the report of our task force. And I do make this presentation on behalf of the members of the task force who work very hard and very dedicatedly on this issue. I would in particular like to recognize and thank Michael McNamara, who together with his associate Andrew Matat played a significant role in the drafting and editing of the report. And I would like to thank Tom Richards of the State Bar, who served as our liaison. We were established by then President Michael Miller last year with the charge of investigating and reporting on New York's adoption of the Uniform Bar Exam, the effect on bar applicants' qualifications and relevant legal knowledge of newly admitted New York attorneys, on potential employers, on members of the bar, on the court system, and on diversity in the profession. We spent almost a year working to fulfill our charge. We met with both New York and national experts on bar examination administration, with the deans of the law schools located in New York, and we held 4 public hearings, 1 in each department of the state. All of our meetings and public hearings were live streamed. All of our research materials were posted on a virtual library on our portion of the NYSBA website. Before we deliberated on what would become our findings and recommendations, we afforded the Board of Law Examiners, who had been carefully monitoring all of our activities, the opportunity to submit a written response to the concerns that we had been hearing. That written response is actually included as one of the appendices in our report. We also had a meeting with them. We invited them in, and the chair and several members and the executive director of the Board of Law Examiners came and discussed the matters with us. On March 5th, we issued our report, which was posted and available to all NYSBA members on March 10th. Since then, I have made presentations of our report either in person or by video to the New York County Lawyers Association, the Nassau County Bar Association, the Brooklyn Bar Association, the Onondaga County Bar Association, the Erie County Bar Association, and the Westchester County Bar Association, all of whom, together with the Bronx and Queens Bar Associations, have endorsed the report, as did the executive committee of this association yesterday. I would like to take a few moments of your time to highlight our findings and recommendations, and would certainly invite your questions and comments.
While we have been called the task force on the New York bar examination, the simple fact of the matter is that we no longer have a New York bar examination. What we have is the uniform bar examination, which tests general principles of law. The only New York components of the bar admission process are something called the New York Law Course and something called the New York Law Examination. The New York Law Course is basically an online CLE. And like all good CLEs, every once in a while, the viewer is required to respond to a question. If answered correctly, the viewer gets to advance to the next section of the materials. If answered incorrectly, the prior content is repeated. For those of us who are old enough to remember the old folk song about Charlie and the MTA, I guess if you never give the right answer, you never get off the train. The New York Law Examination is a 50-question multiple choice test, which is administered online. It is open book, and 30 correct answers, that is 60%, a score of 60%, is sufficient to pass. The proponents of the UBE, when it was adopted some 3 years ago, was that it promotes portability so that law graduates don't have to take multiple tests in multiple jurisdictions in order to practice in each jurisdiction. Essentially, we conclude that there are two flawed assumptions in this. A, that most students want to practice in multiple jurisdictions in their first 3 years after graduation, because a UBE score is only good for the first 3 years. And B, that state law, and in particular New York law, is consistent with general principles of law. Since the adoption of the UBE, a number of things have happened, and we have made a number of key findings. They are, first, that the New York Law Examination is widely regarded by students, faculty, and law school deans, and I will say this politely as I can, a farce or a joke. While the Board of Law Examiners has impliedly conceded that the original questions were too easy because they have told us they tried to make them harder, the fact is that it is not taken very seriously. While some proponents of this examination, when this was being proposed, claimed that the exam would be rigorous, it is not, and the Board of Law Examiners does not claim that it is. They now say that the exam was not designed to be a significant barrier to entry into practice. It's not designed to mimic a bar exam. It is designed simply to expose candidates to New York law to some degree. One might call it a consciousness-raising experience. The absence of New York law from the bar examination and the testing of general principles has led to a drastic reduction in the teaching of New York law. While this can most readily be seen and clearly be seen in the dramatic decrease in the number of students who take a course in New York civil practice, it actually cuts across the curriculum. We have learned that despite what was advocated at the time, or what was predicted at the time the UBE was adopted, many law schools teach to the exam. And many law students only want to know what they need to know to pass the exam. Can't be surprised at that. Students are goal-oriented. Their goal is to pass the bar at the end of their experience. Law schools can't be surprised at this either. Increasingly, they are accredited and rated on the basis of their bar passage rate. Therefore, they put emphasis on helping students pass the bar. So, for example, a class on criminal law that might have been taught previously at a New York law school might well talk about general principles, but then it might also advert to the, as examples, specific illustrations of the New York criminal penal law or the New York criminal procedure law. That discussion about New York law gets dropped now. Why? Because there are only so many credit hours in a law school class. Material that has to be added because it's tested on the UBE comes in. So, for example, they spend time now talking about the model penal code. The classic is the model probate code, which they teach at law schools. Why? Because it's tested on the UBE, although I don't believe very many, if any, states have actually adopted it. Now, it is true that prior to the adoption of the UBE, there were some law schools, including some in New York, that didn't really have any courses in New York law. However, there were also robust bar review courses. Many of us took them, whether we went to New York law schools or not, that filled any gaps. That's what you did between your graduation in May and taking the bar in mid-July. When I took the PLI bar review course, our New York practice teacher was Dave Siegel. Our evidence teacher was Judge McLaughlin. That doesn't exist anymore. Why? Because they're only tested on the UBE. The bar review courses do not attempt to fill the gap by teaching New York law. Apart from this, we have discovered some serious issues with the UBE, way the UBE is scored. It is not, as promised, scored uniformly. It is difficult to get transparency on this because the National Conference of Board Examiners, which writes the exam, treats its exams and its scoring methodologies as trade secrets. However, as we have learned, the UBE is scored relative to the people who take the test in a particular state. So if you take the test in New York, your score is based on how everyone else does in New York. If you take the test in another UBE state, even it's the same test administered at the same time, your score is relative to whoever else took the test with you. So that means that with the same number of correct or incorrect answers on the same exact test, you could get a higher or lower score depending upon where you took the test. This could be a real problem, for example, in the current environment where now that New York has voted to postpone the bar exam into September, but other states may administer it in July. What happens if people from New York elect to decide that they want to go take the test in another jurisdiction? And they get a score, and then they want to transfer that score back to New York. That's the illustration of the sort of problems that this has created. In addition, the UBE gives more weight to multiple choice tests, the multiple choice answers, than it does to essays, on the theory that objective test grading is more reliable than essay grading. Women do better on essays than men. Men do better on multiple choice tests than women. Hence, the scoring on the UBE has a disparate impact on women because by weighting the scores more heavily towards objective tests where men do better, it creates an inherent bias. A study commissioned by the Board of the Law Examiners to reevaluate the UBE agreed that this disparate impact exists. However, they did not propose a solution. Instead, they reported that the disparate impact was no worse than the disparate impact had ever been before the adoption of the UBE. Our task force did not find that a very satisfying answer. I don't think it's an acceptable answer to say, yes, we know that there's a disparate impact, but we don't propose to do anything about it. By the way, the study that the BOE had done was done by a group that was sponsored by the NCBE itself, which is sort of like having an author of a book do his or her own book review. We have learned from lawyers, faculty, and judges that there's been a real decline in lawyers' knowledge of New York law, as well as a real decline in the quality of legal writing. Just anecdotally, this association, Sharon Stern-Gerstmann will know about this, sponsored a program which was called CPLR 101, which was designed to teach New York lawyers New York civil practice. My topic was to talk about the jurisdiction of the courts. And I was struck by how many people who were already admitted to practice in New York had little to no idea of the jurisdiction of, for example, the Court of Claims, or the necessity for a notice of claim before you sue a municipality. We have learned that it is harder for law graduates to get positions with small or mid-sized firms or sole practitioners. It is simply no help to the small firm or sole practitioner to have a new lawyer, to have to teach a new lawyer what a return date is, or how many signatures are on a will, because it's easier and faster to do it yourself. Even with the advent of clinics and pro bono practice, students are just not prepared to practice law in New York, and we conclude that it is absolutely wrong for us to give them a certificate that says they are qualified to do so. So what do we recommend? First, we recommend that we eliminate the New York law exam. It is widely regarded, as I said, as a farce or a joke, an embarrassment. There's a high incidence of cheating on it, although we are sort of puzzled as to why one would cheat on an examination that is so easy to pass. But rather than have no New York content at all, we propose that New York once again have a robust, real New York test. Now, we recognize that one cannot be can only partly be in the UBE. You're either in or out of it. And there are people for whom the UBE makes some sense. For example, about 1/3 of the people who now take the bar exam in New York are foreign law school graduates. These folks come to the United States and come to some of our New York law schools to learn New York law or to learn American law and go back to their foreign countries. They have no interest in practicing law in New York. So it doesn't make sense for us to force them to learn it. On the other hand, we give them an admission certificate that says they're licensed to practice here. And it's very hard to distinguish their license from anybody else's. So we propose that if people want to take the UBE in New York continue to offer it. You just don't get admitted. The only way you get admitted would be by taking the old multi-state and a rigorous New York test. If you want to practice both in New York and someplace else, then that would add an additional day of testing, which could be a hardship. We recognize that. But what's more important? Protecting the public by assuring that there's a minimum amount of competence in a New York lawyer, or making it somewhat easier for people. And by the way, this falls into a small category because everyone tells us that most of the law students who go to law school in New York stay in New York. A real New York test, I would add, would include not only New York law, but some subjects that are not tested on the UBE at all. Remember, it's designed by a national organization that reflects their priorities, not necessarily anybody else's. Some subjects that are not taught at all, are not tested at all on the UBE, and therefore are not emphasized at all in law school or by law students, include such matters as data privacy and healthcare law. It would having a real New York test would also mitigate our absolute dependence on the NCBE and its scoring mechanism. And in that regard, we urge the retention of an independent psychometrician. That's a new term that I learned. A psychometrician is somebody who specializes in the science of testing to study the scoring of the UBE. We also posit a pilot program to offer a diploma privilege to students who attend an ABA-accredited law school and who successfully complete a stated number of credits in New York law or courses with a stated amount of New York law content and a stated grade point average. By concentrating on learning New York law in law school and concentrating on showing sufficient grades, we think these students could potentially be admitted without a bar exam. If such a program existed now, we would not be in the quandary that we're in, with law students from around the country clamoring for a diploma privilege because of the difficulties in administering the test. In concluding, I would mention that we made 2 edits to the report that I think were published last night. First, we added 3 footnotes in order to give proper credit to Professor Derek Mueller of Pepperdine for certain work he did. And in response to a question that was raised in a discussion that came up during the executive committee, we also added a reference to the existing rules of the Court of Appeals that permits a candidate to take the bar exam with a combined number of 4 years of practice in law to study. And with that, I thank you for listening to me. I recognize this is a complex subject, and I've tried to do the best I could to synthesize it in as short a time as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Justice Schenkman. And we appreciate the report, and I will report to you now that at yesterday's meeting, the executive committee voted to recommend approval by the House of Delegates of the report and recommendations of the task force on the bar examination. Do I hear a motion? Justice Schenkman, you can make the motion if you care to do so, since you are a member of the House. Do I hear a motion to approve the report and recommendations?
I so move.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, the motion has been made and seconded, and we have a couple of folks who have indicated a wish to be heard in connection, and we will start with past President Michael Miller. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You folks heard earlier from President Greenberg regarding Justice Schenkman's extraordinary leadership regarding the emergency report that was issued last week pertaining to the cancellation of the July bar exam. And I just want to add to that, at breakneck speed, the task force met several times during 1 week and issued a very thoughtful report with recommendations, which, as you heard, were adopted by the Court of Appeals in 48 hours. And a lot of folks put in a good deal of time, but Justice Schenkman's leadership was truly extraordinary. The term blue ribbon panel often gets overused, but this task force was truly an extraordinary team with extremely talented, dedicated, and engaged members, deep thinkers committed to the finest values of our great profession. The task force included past and present bar presidents from various bar associations around our state, as well as thought leaders on bar exams from academia, the chair of our Committee on Attorney Professionalism, a former member of the Judiciary and New York State Assembly, and additionally, 2 members of the task force were also members of our Committee on Legal Education and Admission to the Bar. As well, the task force benefited greatly from the participation of Associate Judge of the Court of Appeals, Michael Garcia, who was liaison to the court and attended most of the task force meetings. The mission of the task force was to investigate and report on the experience and impact of New York's adoption of the uniform bar exam, and that is precisely what it did, as you just heard. The task force undertook a unbelievably ambitious agenda, had lengthy meetings with experts on time pressure exams in general and bar exams in particular, who provided insights into the development, history, metric evaluations of the UBE and the so-called New York portion of the exam. And as you heard, it also heard from the Board of Bar Examiners and held public hearings around the state at which anyone who wanted to share their thoughts and concerns were welcome. Thanks to Justice Schenkman's determined, inspired, and truly extraordinary leadership, in less than 1 year, an intense and thorough investigation was conducted, consensus was achieved, and this thoughtful and comprehensive report with more than 350 footnotes was adopted unanimously by the task force. And in addition, in reflection of the incredibly strong report for the task force's conclusions and recommendations, as you heard, the report was adopted by the Board of Directors of the Erie, Onondaga, Westchester, Nassau, New York, Bronx, Queens, and Kings County Bar Associations. So thank you to the task force members for your time, energy, and experience, and most especially, thank you, Justice Schenkman, for your absolutely brilliant leadership. I strongly urge this House to approve the report.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. The chair will now recognize Professor Michael Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a procedural motion, though, so should I wait until the very end?
Yes, please. Just make your comments now, and we'll come back to you for the procedural motion.
Certainly. So I won't make the motion now, but the comments that back up the motion.
We'll follow the Doyle procedure. Yes.
Okay. So Michael Fox, delegate from Orange County. But in this regard, I'm actually speaking in my capacity as a member of the Committee on Legal Education and Admission to the Bar. Our committee met this past week, and these comments have nothing to do with the merits up or down of the report or the great work of the committee. But the committee noted that it was not involved in the creation of the report or the work of the task force, or the constituency was not consulted. And while it sounds like there may have been a member or two of the task force, the Committee on Legal Education and Admission to the Bar noted some consternation amongst the members who are practitioners, deans, professors, that their work over the past number of years on these issues of legal education, the bar exam, admission to the bar, was not involved with this report. So similar to other objections we've heard in the past from sections or committees, the motion that I will be making would be a motion to table, not indefinitely. We recognize the urgency of this issue, but I was just asked to pass along the thought of the committee requesting a motion to table maybe to a special meeting in May on this issue, just so the constituency and members of the Committee on Legal Education and Admission to the Bar would have a chance to weigh in on this and provide their experience and expertise as well. But I'll hold on the actual motion until then, but thank you.
Thank you. I have a note that Peter Kiernan would like to be heard on the main report recommendations. Mr. Kiernan, you have the floor.
That's an error. I don't have comments other than praise to the committee that put together the report.
Okay, well, thank you for that succinct comment. I'm just checking. Tom, do we have anybody else wishing to be heard? I'm not showing anybody.
Andrew Shriver's hand is raised, as is Ron Minkoff's and Ann Barbera's.
Okay, Mr. Schreiber, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm Andrew Schreiber from the 9th Judicial District. I'm also on the Executive Committee of the Westchester County Bar Association, and I simply wanted to thank Judge Shankman and the committee for the report. When we met on the Executive Committee, one note that struck me in particular was the importance of essays in terms of revealing a student's actual knowledge of the subject matter, as opposed to multiple choice, where you have a situation where a little guesswork. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I just got shut out. But just to finish the thought, I think that the committee's points about needing New York practitioners to come in knowing more about New York law and being able to demonstrate their subject matter expertise in a way that's more particular to the state, I think is extremely well founded. And I just want to commend the committee on that type of thinking that went into the report.
Thank you very much. Did I understand that Mr. Minkoff wishes to be heard?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the task force for the report, and in particular for adding the footnote that you added to recognize that we have an experiential way of becoming a lawyer in New York that often gets forgotten about. And in listening to the Rural Task Force report, I was just thinking how great it would be if we could communicate to college students and first-year law students the ability to become qualified for the bar by just doing 1 year of law school and then working with a lawyer. That would be the ideal way for many rural communities to get lawyers integrated and coming up into their system. So as an association, we should consider making a better effort to communicate that to people, that option is available. Second, though, I have to say that while I completely agree that the New York law examination is kind of a joke, as someone who represents people who've been accused of cheating on it and who knows a lot of first-year law students, lawyers who taken it. And while I can certainly agree that the UBE should be examined and consistently re-examined, I don't believe, and I feel very strongly, that New York should not walk away from the UBE regime. Students, young lawyers do have to move out of the state. Sometimes their firms make them move out of the state, and they don't know that that's going to happen before they take the bar. That happens after they start working. And sometimes they need to move for other reasons. So it is practically something that they need. But more importantly, this association has, over the last 20 years, consistently supported multi-jurisdictional practice and making it easier for lawyers to move across state lines. And this would be a move in the other direction. We'll invite retaliation from other states in terms of our lawyers moving into their states. It also affects the ability of lawyers in other states from moving here if we want them to come here. So I think it would be a move backwards in terms of our leadership and our role in multi-jurisdictional practice. And I think we should not walk away from the UB regime. We should just keep working to make it better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minkoff. Tom, who else wanted to speak?
Ann LaBarbera.
Ann LaBarbera. Ms. LaBarbera, you have the floor.
Okay, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm with the young lawyers section, but I'm just speaking in my personal capacity just now. I wanted to remind people as they're considering the report that not everyone has gone to law school in New York. I went to law school actually in another country. And before I took the bar, I took the old bar exam back in 2014. And before I took the bar exam, I had no familiarity whatsoever with the CPLR. And now 5 years later, I'm a civil litigator. And I have to say, it probably would have been dangerous to license me before having any familiarity with the CPLR. So I just wanted to re-up what the judge said about the Barbary course. Might possibly move away from focusing on the CPLR if you don't have to understand the CPLR to pass.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other speakers? Tom, do you have anybody else?
Doesn't appear so.
Hearing none, we will now, I'll now recognize Michael Fox, Professor Fox, once again, for the purposes of making a procedural motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question that we're still waiting in the chat from Tom, whether it should be a motion to postpone. I was asked by the committee to make a motion to table, but not indefinitely, just until
Well, that's
the
what
May.
you're talking about. What you're talking about is a motion to table, which puts the motion on for later consideration. A motion to postpone just basically kills the motion, kills the other motion because it's indefinite. It just disappears. So you're talking about moving to table, and I assume that's what you want to do. So make your motion.
Yes, we don't want to kill it. So I'm just making a motion to table potentially to a meeting date in May to allow the constituency of plebe to address the issues.
Okay. That motion requires a second. Is there a second? Is there a second to Professor Fox's motion?
Looks like there's one in the chat. There are a couple.
Yeah, it appears that it has been seconded. Okay, so it's a non-debatable motion, so we will proceed to a vote. All in favor of tabling? Do you have? Let me go backwards. Did you have a date certain, or did you want to table it to the next meeting of the House?
Actually, the consensus of the committee was maybe to a date in May. We recognize the urgency, so they thought if there could be a special meeting rather than push it into June.
Well, then we'll just leave it as table with the understanding that if the motion carries, it'll be rescheduled to a later convenient time. The motion has been made, seconded, and we'll continue with the vote. Can we post the polling screen, please, or the polling icon? We have it. Please vote now, and we will record your votes as they're made. Remembering that if you voted to abstain, identify yourself.
Well, it's going up to 57 degrees this afternoon.
I can't hear you. What?
Tomorrow's sunny, going up to 66.
Did you?
Nobody wants to relieve you.
I'm not here. Whoever's speaking, I'm not hearing you.
No, I think whoever's speaking needs to put their phone on mute or their computer on mute. If you're not speaking to the meeting, please put your computer or your phone on.
If you are speaking, get close to the mic and speak up. Okay. Let me just double check. This is a simple majority motion, and the motion fails. So we now proceed. The motion to table fails. So we now proceed with the vote on the main motion. All in favor? Well, no, I'm sorry. Could we post the voting box on the main motion, please? Old habits die hard. Okay. You have on your screen now a voting box to vote on the task force on the bar exam. Has everybody voted? Are we ready to post the results? Okay, it's been over 2 minutes, so I'd like to conclude the voting, and let's get the tally up so we can move on. Okay, the motion carries. The report of the task force on the New York bar examination is approved. Thank you all very much. And in particular, thank you, Presiding Justice Schenkman, and to the members of your task force as well for your great work.
Thank you.
I'm sure you have the thanks of the House and of the association. Let's move on now to the report and recommendations of COSAC, the Committee on Standards of Attorney Conduct. This report focuses in on proposed amendments to Rule 7.5, and presenting the report this morning will be Joseph Newhouse. Joe, you ready to proceed?
Yes, thank you. You can hear me?
You have the floor.
Great, you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, so very briefly in view of the time, in November 2019, the House approved a resolution, a revision to the New York rules regarding advertising. The revision would greatly simplify the New York rules. For example, in place of the 18 subparts now in Rule 7.1, the new rule would have a simple prohibition on any false or misleading communications about a lawyer or the lawyer's services. These changes would largely bring New York's rules into line with the ABA model rules and the rules of many other states. At that time, COSAC proposed and the House approved a somewhat simplified version of Rule 7.5, which is the rule on that includes the rules on firm names, so that the rule would maintain the current bar on firms using trade names, that is, a name of a firm other than the name of lawyers in the firms or who had at one time been at the firm. Since then, a national business called Law HQ has sued New York and 8 other states challenging their rules against trade names. COSAC has taken another look at Rule 7.5 and now recommends that New York simplify Rule 7.5 as well to ban misleading trade names and domain names, but only misleading ones. This is again in line with the ABA position, but the ABA rules deal with the point in the comments to Rule 7.1 rather than a separate rule. COSAC's proposal would retain much of the guidance that New York rules currently have regarding the names that may be used. We concluded that these parts of the rules provided useful information about certain usage that is and is not per se misleading. For example, the rule would retain the current rules that terms such as legal aid or legal service office or legal assistance office and the like can only be used by bona fide legal assistance organizations. The proposed rule would also retain the existing rules on things like the use of PC and LLC, the use of names of lawyers who have left the firm to work as judges, and the like. There are a few specific provisions of the current rule that our proposal would change. I'm happy to discuss those if anybody has any questions, but otherwise that is our proposal to simplify Rule 7.5 with respect to trade names to prohibit the use of misleading trade names and domain names and not all trade names. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Joe. I want to report that at yesterday's meeting, the Executive Committee voted to recommend to the House of Delegates approval of the report and recommendations of COSAC that is before you. And that having been said, do I have a motion to approve the report and recommendation? Okay, it looks like we have, it's been moved and seconded that the report be, and recommendations be approved. So let's proceed with discussion. Is there any discussion in connection with this motion?
Scott, Vinnie Doyle has requested to speak. He raised his hand.
Okay, the chair recognizes former President Vincent Doyle.
Yeah, Joe, I just wanted to ask you, and I'm sorry, looking for the specific, I think it's subdivision 3. You recommend deleting a sentence or a clause that says that a lawyer a law firm may not include the name of a non-lawyer in the firm name. And I wonder if you could talk about that specifically.
Certainly. Yes, we debated this. We concluded that we could not say that the use of the name of a non-lawyer is always misleading. An example would be if a firm decided to call itself lawyers for Bernie or lawyers for Trump. They could do that. And so we thought we couldn't say in a blanket way that the name of a non-lawyer would always be misleading in a firm name. And so we thought we should rely entirely on the overall rule barring misleading firm names.
Mr. Doyle, is that a satisfactory answer?
I think it answers my question, but no, I'm not. It's not satisfactory to me. I intend to make a motion on that. If you want me to make it now, I will.
Well,
or if you want me to wait till...
Tom, do we have anybody else lined up to speak? Just got it back. Tom, do we have anybody else? Is there anybody else lined up to speak?
Vincent Bizarre is lined up to speak, Scott.
Okay, then Vince Doyle, I will ask you to hold your motion. Is this a procedural? It is. Okay, I'll ask you to hold that. Let's hear from Mr. Bizarre and then anybody else, and then we'll get back to it, okay?
Sure.
At this point, the chair recognizes former President Vince Bizarre to comment on the pending motion. Mr. Bizarre. Vince, if you're speaking, you're mute. We're not hearing you.
Mr. Bizarre, I think your phone is still on mute. I'm trying to.
Oh, we are. I see your picture now. But we're not hearing you. Are you on mute? Oh, I thought I heard some sound for a second.
Yes, got it.
Okay, now do you have me?
Okay, yes, good. Thank you very much. Vince,
All right.
Please proceed.
Vince Bizarre, former president of the bar. I'm concerned about this, and maybe it's a lack of understanding. Could you give more examples of trade names, like if somebody adopts a trade name, Slip and Falls or Us, or Collisions, that kind of thing, that are totally outside what we usually do? Are there any prohibitions against those kinds of terms?
I think the answer is the prohibition is on whether the name would be misleading, and so if the name implied an ability to get results, I think that could well be misleading, likely would be. But a name that simply identified the area of practice, I don't think would be. And so I don't think that a trade name such as Slip and Falls or Us or Real Property Lawyers, would be misleading as such.
That's a huge change. My God. I mean, we're going from whether or not you can still have a deceased partner in there to make us into the worst kinds of trades. How could we possibly move from firm names to Collisions or Us or anything else like that is snappy, and it wouldn't be misleading if we've got a guy now who's advertising on Slip and Falls. Why can't he say, it would be completely accurate to say Slip and Falls or Us?
Let me say that, and I maybe should have provided a little bit more background, that the court in Alexander v. Cahill in the Second Circuit cast significant questions about the prohibition on mottos and trade names. They collected case law that certainly suggested that under normal commercial speech standards, in that case, it was mottos that imply an ability to get results, and they noted the absence of evidence that trade names misled anyone's. So I have to say that we're not operating in an area where we are free of constitutional restrictions.
Why don't we wait until the court tells us we have to be like every shop and sales company, rather than taking away the dignity of our profession voluntarily unless the law is settled against us?
I think that is something of the question before the House, that there are significant constitutional restrictions here, and that you are putting yourself in a position where you're no longer in control of your own fate.
Why not wait? Why not wait until we defend it, and then wait for a court to tell us that we have to be like every other business in the country?
Right.
Why do it preemptively?
Mr. Bizard, I think your point is made and understood by everybody. This can't become a discussion between you and the proponent.
Fine. Sorry.
But I think everybody has the gist of what it is you wanted to say, what the point you wanted to make. So I will thank you for your comments. And the chair now recognizes former President Michael Getnick. Michael?
Yes, I hope, am I able to be heard? Am I able to be heard?
Yes, Michael, we hear you.
Okay, I'll try to make this short. I 100% agree with the points that Vincent has made. And my concern is, in listening to the explanations as to misleading, this appears to be so subjective as almost unenforceable. And I agree with Vincent on that major point. And I consider this backing down. If we're going to back down, I'd rather be told by a court we have to back down rather than to give in simply because this other group has brought a lawsuit. I'll keep this short by just saying I 100% agree with every point that Vince made. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments to be made at this point? It looks like Justice Schenkman is literally, not virtually, literally raising his hand. Not in a way that the computer would take note of, though. Justice Schenkman, did you want to be heard?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Scott. I'd sent in a chat message, but perhaps you didn't see it. I appreciate what Mr. Bizard said, but I wanted to try to put some context in this, which is that there is a pending lawsuit. If it is unsuccessfully defended, it will cost the state significant money to defend. I would invite the members of the House to read the Alexander decision. In the area, while we might regret having to do this, I don't think that there's any much doubt as to what the majority of opinion would be as to whether a defense can be successfully stated. The persons who are being sued are the people who would have the enforcement ability here, which is the grievance committees. So I believe that the actual defendants in the lawsuit are the chief counsels to all of the grievance committees who are being put in a very, very difficult position. And I did have some conversations with Professor Simon about this. I do believe that COSAC, and Mr. Niehaus can correct me if I have it wrong, COSAC, I believe, is intending to work on the commentary that accompanies this section to provide greater guidance. But if, and I appreciate the trepidation and the concerns, but I personally believe that if this matter could be decided by changing the black letter, it would be enormously helpful. And I can't say more than that, but I would just posit that as strongly as I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The chair, I have an indication that a couple of other people want to be heard. I'll ask you all to endeavor to keep your remarks as short as possible. I see, again, Ron Minkoff. Ron, did you want to be heard?
I'll withdraw my remarks. I'm also having some computer
Okay,
problems.
thank you. It looks like former President David Miranda wishes to be heard. Mr. Miranda?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. I agree with Vince Bizarre and Michael Getnick. I think this change is not a good idea. It will, I think, confuse things. I don't see how this simplifies any issues. It's going to be very confusing. It diminishes the dignity of law firms. The profession of the law is different from other businesses, should be treated differently. And I think we should not be changing this just because some business decided to bring a lawsuit. So I'm opposed to this for the reasons stated by past presidents Vince Bizarre and Michael Getnick. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David. Tom, I'm not showing any other requests to speak. I know we're holding the motion from Vince Doyle. Do you have anybody else who wants to speak?
Tom Levin and Sharon Stern-Gersman's hands are raised.
Okay, all right. Let me, past President Tom Levin, you want to be heard?
Yes, please. Am I on?
Tom, you with us?
Are you hearing me? I've been muted.
Tom, you're unhearable.
All right, I'll try again. We just reconnected me. Can you hear me now?
I just don't hear. Is anybody else having difficulty?
Tom, we're having trouble hearing you. You're breaking up when you speak.
I'm sorry, but I'm trying to do the best I can. I have unmuted Lisa sounds going too little. I'll be very brief. I'm in support of the comments from Vince.
Tom, if you can fix it, try to do that. But in the meantime, I'm going to ask Sharon Gersman to speak. I'll call you
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to join the past president club in opposing this. And I would, with all due respect to Justice Schenkman, it's my understanding that with respect to a rule, the administrative board can act on its own. It doesn't need the approval of this House. And I think instead, if that is a concern of the administrative board, that's one thing. But I agree with the comments made by Vince, Mike, and David, that now is not the time for us to take this position.
Testing.
Thank you, Sharon. Tom, are you able to?
I unmuted again. I don't know if you can hear me now.
I apologize, Tom, but it's unintelligible.
Okay, well, I agree with the past presidents.
Okay, you agree with that? I made out. You agree with the past presidents. That's fine. Thank you. Sorry that it wasn't, you weren't able to communicate more effectively through the system. At this point, I'll return to former President Doyle for the purposes of making a motion.
Yeah, so my motion is to amend the recommendation of COSAC to delete their recommendation of a change to subdivision 3 of the rule. They recommend removing the language, quote, a lawyer or law firm may not include the name of a non-lawyer in its firm name. And then the regular rule goes on, but I am recommending that recommendation be taken out or not approved by the House.
I'm sorry, I got a little confused there, Vince. Could you repeat exactly what it is you're moving for?
Sure. So my understanding is there is a motion to approve the recommendation of COSAC. I am moving to amend that to disapprove the recommendation from COSAC to delete a sentence from section 3 of the rule. That sentence that they are recommending being deleted reads, quote, "A lawyer or law firm may not include the name of a non-lawyer in its firm name."
And your motion is to strike that language.
To remove that recommendation, that language be removed. I am recommending that language I just read remain in the rule.
Okay. Is there a second?
There's one on the chat from Michael Fox.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that the main motion be amended as described by Mr. Doyle. Is there any discussion on that motion to amend? We've had a great deal already, I think, but I'll give anybody one more opportunity if they wish, if they have not previously been heard. I'm not seeing any, so we can move to a vote on the motion to amend. Tom, we ready to take a vote on that? Okay. Yes, it's up on the screen. Mr. Doyle's motion to amend is up on the screen. Please vote at this time.
Looks like all the votes are in, Scott. There hasn't been any activity for 20 seconds.
Let's close the voting and post the results. Okay, the motion carries. The motion to amend the report and recommendations carries. So I note there are abstentions. Please make sure that those who abstained identify themselves to Secretary Wallach and to Mr. Richards so that we have a record of that. And with that, we will move to a vote on the motion, main motion as amended. Okay. Let me know as soon as, Tom, as soon as we're ready, you can post the voting box on that one.
I'll launch the poll now.
The only thing is that it should say vote approve the report of the Committee on Standards of Attorney Conduct as amended.
Yes.
I just want to make sure the record is clear.
I'm muted. As soon as this vote is over, I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Okay.
So is it going to be over in the next 10 minutes?
There have been no votes for about 10 seconds ago. So.
And the voting is closed, and you can post the results. Okay. The vote, the report and recommendations as amended are approved. And again, there's an abstention. Please make sure you identify yourself to Secretary Wallach and to Tom Richards as well. Thank you all. Thank you, Joe, for the excellent report, and thank the good folks at COSAC for your contribution. And thank you again to Mr. Doyle for your successful motion.
Thank you.
Okay. We now move to the report and recommendations of the Task Force on Autonomous Cars. The report will be presented by the chair of the task force, and I see her up on the screen now, Dean Aviva Abramovsky of Buffalo Law School will be making the presentation on behalf of the task force. Dean, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. This was actually my first time on a bar committee, and it was my first time chairing a bar committee, so we learned a lot. In a lot of ways, this is a report from a gentler time. It wasn't all that long ago that we were discussing with a lot of sense of importance and pressure about how New York should be involved in the development of autonomous vehicles. And that remains still important because as we see in response to the COVID-19 outbreak, some of these autonomous vehicles are actually being responsive. Starting from last summer, moving through to basically about a month or two ago, the committee engaged with a variety of stakeholders. We had biweekly meetings in which we sought to seek expertise and information on this field from lawyers who work in-house, from lawyers in public safety, from all different sorts of constituencies as the committee sought to educate itself on the field of autonomous vehicles and the law. Throughout the course, we engaged in, I have to tell you, a highly interesting debate. There are so many interesting questions of ethics or potential litigation that are raised by the concept of autonomy in a vehicle. And it has been a privilege to have the capacity and opportunity to speak with with so many people and engage in what hopes to be an interesting area of law practice in the future, probably in the not too distant future, because I am an optimist and believe that this autonomous technology will continue to evolve and we will be engaged in it again here in New York State. So basically through the course of this committee, we came to look at all different kinds of issues. There's the question of the nature of autonomy. In the appendix, we're using the SAE phrase about the different levels on the spectrum of what constitutes autonomy. So there's what you would call computer-assisted driving, like when your car backs up and parks itself, and other forms of different assistance, all the way through different levels of autonomy. And there is a line that is demarked by which things become more autonomous vehicles than not. And so that's part of the conversation, is in the nomenclature of what an autonomous vehicle is. In any event, understanding that this is a massive undertaking for this task force to start thinking about all the different aspects of law that may be triggered by autonomous vehicles. In the end of the day, we put together this report, which reflected my understanding with my liaison, the consensus of the committee. So what we recommend is that New York take the step to become slightly more open and position itself as an attractive AV testing forum. And to do that, we recommend that they decrease some of the regulatory burdens and incentivize a collaborative approach between the state, industry, and research institutes, and expand the approach throughout the state so that testing for autonomous vehicles can proceed here, and we have an opportunity to become more a part of the discussion. We also recommend that to avoid potentially dangerous over-reliance on AV technology by consumers, campaigns should be developed to educate the public in order to provide an accurate description of what AV features can and cannot do. That is because there can be some confusion as to how much the driver could rely on that, and we believe New York should do a campaign to help explain those situations. Consideration should also be given to having a mandatory training as a prerequisite to acquiring a driver's permit for highly automated vehicles. And we ask also that New York focus on educating the public about the potential benefits of AVs, which can include mobility for the disabled, the elderly, people in rural areas, all different situations where having an autonomous vehicle can assist in mobility. It can also assist, like we said, in this current crisis, and we believe that it could be a source of future job creation. We ask that New York State emphasize computer simulation for the testing. There is not actually a need to do everything on the road. A lot of, according to the computer scientists, which we spoke with, a lot of very good data can be drawn out through laboratory and virtual simulated testing. So we recommend that as well. And then we remark that New York should balance individual privacy rights against state and local governments' legitimate needs for data. And we ask that the State Bar Association support AB 6014B, which would establish a task force for automated vehicle technology, a state legislative task force. We note that we believe at this time that existing law should continue to be relied upon as this technology continues to develop. There's been a lot of debate about that, and there's a general consensus, or at least it seems to be as in our report, that the common law as it stands now will be able to develop as these cases emerge. So I have to say that, you know, the most important thing I think we always want to do is to continue to be in the conversation, and as we move forward, to remember to continue consulting with the scientists and have engagement between law and science so that we can recommend and educate ourselves in the different ways in which autonomous vehicle technology can implicate what is our current understanding of how we drive. So with that, I thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Dean, for your report. I will advise the members of the House that at yesterday's meeting, the Executive Committee voted to recommend approval of the report. And at this time, I would ask for a motion to approve the report and recommendations. I'm opening up my chat room.
There's been a motion and a second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Let's open it up to discussion. Is there any discussion on the motion?
No hands are raised, Scott. Actually, yeah, no hands are raised.
All right, no hands are raised, and I'm seeing other than motions, moves and seconds, I see no requests to speak. So let's, hearing none, we will then proceed with to a vote. Let's open up the poll window. Okay, we're voting on approval of the report of the Task Force on Autonomous Vehicles and the Law. Please vote at this time.
Scott, 1 minute has passed.
Okay, is everybody, I assume everybody's had a sufficient time to vote. I'd say let's close the voting and post the results. Okay, the motion to approve carries overwhelmingly, And with that, I thank Dean Abramowski and for the members of the task force for a report well done and an important contribution to the future of our association and to our society. So thank you very much. And we will now move to the final substantive report of the day, which is the report and recommendations of the task force on free expression in a digital age. And for that, the chair will recognize Cynthia Arado and David McCraw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David McCraw here. I trust that people can hear me. I want to thank the House for hearing us today. We thank the Bar Association for its support of this project. We began discussing this project more than a year ago. President Greenberg and I discussed what would be an appropriate topic to take up at a time when free expression seems to be a particularly challenging topic in so many ways, whether it's hate speech or whether it's disinformation or Russian influence. And we decided to look at a particular problem, and that was the crisis in local journalism, which seemed particularly pertinent to New York. Our local news organizations, both in urban neighborhoods and in rural areas and communities in between those two poles, face enormous challenges to continue to survive because of changes in technology and changes in advertising and changes in consumer preferences as a result of those two things. We believe at some very, very basic level that local news continues to be central to civic engagement for our citizens, for self-governance, for oversight of our courts, for oversight of our government agencies. And so even though this problem has not been looked at as a legal issue, and there really is nothing the law can do effectively about the underlying technological and advertising changes, the law does speak to some of the challenges that local journalists have faced. And we thought that the Bar Association could address some of those and whether there were things that the Bar Association and law could do to effectively alleviate some of the burdens that local journalism organizations are facing. We ended up looking at 5 areas, as you know, from the report, and in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through each, but let me just highlight. We looked at libel reform. We looked at reform of the Freedom of Information Law. We looked at a particularly interesting trend, the rise in nonprofits to fill in places where profit-making organizations have struggled. We looked at pro bono and the provision of legal services. And then we looked at the issue of proactive transparency, those laws that the state has on the books or can put on the books to assure that information is widely available without the need of a FOIL request or any other sort of request. The idea was that, in broad strokes, that the law can make it easier, more effective for journalists as well as members of the public to obtain information. And that was central to the mission of journalism and the vitality of democracy, that the Bar Association has a role to play in making sure that there's legal representation for nonprofit journalism entities and other kinds of journalism entities from not only from traditional media law issues, but also in terms of incorporation and related problems. We know that from our discussion with the executive committee yesterday that there are some concerns about the process for consultation, and I know that's come up for you already today in respect to other reports. Let me just address that for a minute before we get to the amendments or objections that we've heard so far about a couple of sections. We created a committee, a task force, which brought in a variety of views, and we followed the process that we were given by the association. We ran an open proceeding we went to Syracuse, we went to Albany, we did sessions in New York, we live streamed. We were covered in bar publications and elsewhere. So, and we had at those hearings, FOIL officers, others from government, people who are in journalism, people who are in the public advocacy roles in terms of lobbying or representing civic interests. But both Cynthia and I have been members for a long time of the Committee on Media Law, and we understand the importance of bringing committees into the discussion. And we certainly believe that the process for consultation should be built in to the extent that the timeframes that we were given and we worked with didn't allow that. We regret that because we understand as committee members ourselves the importance of making sure that the association is heard broadly. So with that as opening remarks, Cynthia is going to talk about the proposed amendment to the section on libel, and then I will address the section on the Freedom of Information Law. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, hello, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I had to get off mute. I'm here.
Yeah, I think it's customary that the motion to amend be made before the opposition to the motion to amend is heard. And I request that we follow that. Yeah.
It's customary for the report be made, presented by the presenters.
Right.
Then we entertain discussion and motions. So
I thought from David's, the comment introducing Cynthia that she was going to address the motion to amend, but I leave it to you, sir.
No, I consider this to be part of the presentation by the task force, and we haven't reached the point yet where we engage in discussion by the members of the House.
Okay.
All right, I have your request and I'm aware of it, and you'll be heard in due course.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. So our first area was libel reform, and we found that New York law and New York in general was appropriately protective of the First Amendment and press freedom, with one exception, which is the anti-SLAPP legislation that has been in existence in New York State for quite some time. For those of you who don't know, SLAPP is a term that refers to a lawsuit that's brought to basically silence criticism. It's a strategic lawsuit against public participation. And it's well documented around the United States and even in New York that there are people use litigation to quell criticism. And they bring litigation that is facially fits within a legal claim, but it's lacks merit, and it's done to drive up litigation costs to try to silence critics. And it's so well known as a phenomenon that it's been given its own name. And there are 26 states across the United States that have anti-SLAPP legislation. And what that is it provides a mechanism in court for an early dismissal of a meritless SLAPP lawsuit, but also provides additional protections to try to ameliorate the filing of these lawsuits. And those protections involve the ability to have certain early motions to dismiss or other ways to dispose of the case. And many of the statutes provide for attorney's fees and automatic stays of discovery and interlocutory appeals. So our reform suggests two main ways to amend the SLAPP legislation. One, in New York, unlike many other states, the statute only protects against defendants of SLAPP lawsuits that are directed at government petitioning activities. It does not extend to broader matters of public concern where people are expressing their freedom of speech. So you can only bring an anti-SLAPP lawsuit in a very narrow set of circumstances in New York, where you are petitioning against some anybody's attempt to get a permit from the government, say, or some other remedy from the state government. So that's our first recommendation. And our next set of recommendations involve some of these procedural reforms. Currently, the anti-SLAPP legislation in New York, in the narrow government petitioning circle, provides for discretionary attorney's fees, but not for mandatory attorney's fees. And there's no automatic stay of discovery. And there's no automatic right for an interlocutory appeal. We think all of those protections are important, and for the following reasons. One, the real evil of an anti-SLAPP lawsuit is that it's done to drive up litigation costs to try to silence critics. And if you don't have an automatic stay of discovery, even if the plaintiff ultimately loses his case, which is really the necessary consequence if it is a SLAPP lawsuit, because it by definition means it's a suit without merit. Even if the plaintiff in that case ultimately loses, he still achieves his goal, which is to have driven up litigation costs for individuals or media publications, and to chill their desire to speak out again in the future. So we think the discovery stay will really protect against that evil. We don't feel that it's that much of a departure from prevailing law. The CPLR provides for an automatic stay of discovery on the filing of a motion to dismiss. Many courts in New York State have their own rules that follow that. And to the extent that it is at all a departure from certain courts that don't have automatic stays, we think it's justified because it's really there to protect a constitutional right. This is about protecting the First Amendment and freedom of speech. And we think that that takes it outside of the norm of general civil litigation. In terms of the attorney's fee award, we've done a survey, and as I said, there are 26 states that have anti-SLAPP legislation, and the vast majority of those states do have a mandatory fee award for it's not just a losing party, but it's a party that loses the case because they didn't have any substantial basis to bring the case in the first place. Of those 26 states, 19 have mandatory fee awards once the defendant wins under those circumstances. So, and we think in many of those states, you've seen the number of SLAPP lawsuits decrease as a result of plaintiffs understanding that they've got some skin in the game and they can't just use the lawsuit to harass somebody without some risk. So I think that's the end of my opening remarks.
David, you're continuing?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to address the objections or questions were raised about FOIL since at the Executive Committee and since. And I think all of us on the task force realized that we were addressing a host of issues that which reasonable people could disagree about and did disagree about, and I think that's reflected in our report. I know that one of the questions raised yesterday was about our take on 50A, which, as this body knows well, imposes confidentiality on personnel records of law enforcement officials and employees, officers. I just wanted to make clear what we are saying about 50A in the report. It is not a repeal of the statute per se. It instead follows a recommendation that was made by the independent panel on the disciplinary system of the New York City Police Force, a panel that was chaired by Mary Jo White and issued a report in 2019. And essentially what it says and what we say is that the 50A should not be used as an exemption to FOIL. It does not address, as we have in a footnote, this reservation does not address the question of how the court should deal with it, for instance, in criminal prosecutions or other litigation. It is a request that 50A be amended so that it will not be used as a FOIL exemption. What that means is that the normal exemptions of FOIL, which would often apply to personnel records, would guide, and that's the exemptions for law enforcement, exemptions for personal privacy. There are perhaps other exemptions that would come into play. So that's 50A. Let me address the question of the fee shift in FOIL and our proposal to change that. Currently, FOIL has two prongs dealing with awarding of attorney's fees to requesters who prevail. One is that there is a discretionary prong that applies when an agency has not responded or has not responded in a timely manner. Requester wins, requester may get fees, the court has discretion. The second one is a mandatory provision, which says that fees must be awarded to a requester who prevails when the agency has no reasonable basis for denying access. So two different provisions. Our proposal is the elimination of that two-tiered system and the awarding of fees to the prevailing requester in litigation. And I know there's some concerns about the financial impact this might have on certain towns and villages or other kinds of, or other agencies. And I want to address those. Behind this proposal was the experience of many people on the task force, whether it's journalists or as lawyers for media companies, and what they have experienced in terms of bringing FOIL cases. The courts are reluctant to award fees under either of those prongs. That the courts have the discretion in delay cases not to award. In the second category of cases where there's not been a delay, the courts have taken a very broad view of what a reasonable basis is. Agencies are often successful, usually successful, I would say, in saying that they had a reasonable basis. So if you think about the effect of our proposal, it's really twofold. One is it eliminates the no reasonable basis test, and it requires fees in delay cases. And we think in both of those cases, it creates an incentive for agencies to be sure they're making lawful exemptions when they're responding to requests. That's really the whole point here, is that we want agencies to be more responsive and looking for ways to incentivize that. I think that the concerns about the financial impact may be the subject of three premises which I would dispute. The first premise is that the agency will lose despite working in good faith. I don't think that's the case, and certainly not the import of the proposal. An agency that does the right thing, makes a sound decision, will prevail. There will not be fees. And in fact, an agency that makes the right decision will also find that there's no litigation to follow at all. So this is not a statute which would harm agencies that are making reasonable, good decisions and decisions that they can stand up in court. The second premise is the requester, it would be so certain of winning that it would bring suits knowing that he or she can get fees. That's simply not the way things work. The requester is taking the risk of losing. Requester loses, there are no fees. That is an incredible disincentive currently, and will continue to be a disincentive under our proposal for bringing litigation. The requester is taking that chance, and few requesters are likely to do that. They're more likely to do what normally happens in a large majority of these cases, which is they work with the agency and the requester try to find some way to reach an accommodation. And then the final premise, which I would raise and challenge, is that somehow this is stripping the court of the power to supervise the award of attorney's fees. It will limit court's ability to grant them. It does not limit the court's power to decide the quantum of the award. This is essentially our proposal is what's used in federal FOIA. I have won many fees award in federal courts under FOIA. You can be sure there is an elaborate negotiation and reduction in fees that happens virtually every time. And that in itself also is a safeguard in the system. So at the end of the day, we think that while this is a change, it's not a dramatic change. We think though it is an important change to slightly increase the incentives for agencies to take seriously the timetables and take seriously their obligations to make public documents that are presumed public as part of FOIL. Mr. Chairman, that is our report. I would simply like to thank the House. I would like to thank the support we received from the association and particularly Tom Richards, who worked with us throughout, and all the others at the Bar Association who are instrumental in helping us make this process work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David. And at this time, I believe I reported previously that this was considered by the Executive Committee, and they voted to recommend approval by the House. That having been said, I will entertain a motion to approve the report and recommendations of the task force. Okay, it's moved and it is seconded. And I don't know what the Executive Committee vote was, but it did pass. Okay, we now open it up for discussion, and for that purpose, the chair recognizes former President Mark Alcott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the House of Delegates. Good afternoon. You all have the text of my motion to amend, which was circulated to the entire House, and I will formally make that motion at the conclusion of my remarks. I'm a member of the task force, and I support virtually all the proposals in this very fine report. But as reflected in my partial dissent, whose text is printed at the conclusion of the report, and as reflected in my motion, I'm opposed to the proposals which give to the media defendant, but not to the plaintiff, mandatory counsel fee awards and mandatory discovery stays, including on interlocutory appeals. Individually, these proposals are bad policy in my view, and contrary to the trend of New York law. But in the aggregate, they are completely one-sided, and they're really potentially access binding, in particular to the libel defendant. However seriously, libel plaintiff, excuse me, however seriously that plaintiff may have been aggrieved. A hallmark of New York litigation is that each side bears its own fees, win or lose, the so-called American rule. There are some exceptions to that, but they are few and far between. And New York law has nothing like this, which is fee shifting that is mandatory and benefits only the corporate defendant and not the plaintiff. It's unheard of in my experience. The law already grants a libel defendant, a media libel defendant, many defenses, even when the report that is being complained of in the suit is false and defamatory. The media company can still win on the ground of privilege, opinion, true and fair report of official proceeding, the need to show malice under Times against Sullivan, the need to show special damages in certain circumstances. To add these proposals in my view, is a bridge too far. The report speaks of the plight of small, vulnerable local news organizations. That is, in fact, the assignment that was given to the task force. But these proposals go well beyond that, and they apply across the board, including to huge, powerful news organizations, all to the detriment of the libel plaintiff, who's almost always a solitary defendant, individual. So that, for example, if the Washington Post, which is owned by one of the world's wealthiest people, or the Wall Street Journal, which is owned by another of the world's wealthiest people, falsely reports that you bribed a judge, but your libel claim is nevertheless dismissed, not because the report is true, but for some other reason, one of these other defenses, you must pay their counsel fees. On the other hand, if your motion to dismiss, if their motion to dismiss is denied, you can't get an award of counsel fees from them under this proposal. Most news organizations have libel insurance. The report addresses that and says that that can be too costly for these small, vulnerable news organizations, although no studies are cited, no statistics are shown as to how many are insured, how many aren't. But again, the fee shifting proposal that's contained in this report applies as well to wealthy, fully insured media companies. And again, these counsel fee awards are mandatory. So the court can't examine the circumstances of the particular case to determine whether the media company is large or small, powerful or vulnerable, insured or uninsured. Libel cases are brought by individuals claiming that a news organization damaged their reputation. That's the essence of the tort. But this report says nothing about the plight of those individuals. Instead, ironically, it expresses concern for the damage done to the reputation of the media organization by the bringing of the case. And therefore, it grants mandatory discovery stays to the corporate media defendant while a motion to dismiss is pending, and presumably while there is an interlocutory appeal if that motion is denied. But no comparable relief is offered to the libel plaintiff. This used to be routine, by the way, in New York cases. And over the course of my career, I've usually represented corporate defendants. But we've largely gotten away from that. And this proposal would bring it back. Under this proposal, when you sue Fox News or CNN for reporting falsely that you bribed a judge, they can, and trust me, they will, move to dismiss, get a mandatory stay of discovery. If the motion is denied, have an interlocutory appeal with a continuation of the stay of discovery, and you'll be tied up in knots for 2 years. So much for protecting reputations pendente lite.
Mr. Alcott, please wrap it up, please.
What? I'll wrap it up by saying, I find it troubling that this proposal is offered in the media industry only. We live at a time when lawyers are mistrusted, the media is mistrusted, and for a group of lawyers to be giving what will be seen as special benefits, including the protection of their own fees to media, I think will not be taken well. So I urge you to vote in favor of the amendment, which I'll now read. I move to amend the proposal contained in Agenda Item 10 to exclude the recommendations for mandatory counsel fee awards to the defendant and mandatory stays of discovery, and substitute the recommendations that, based on the facts and circumstances of the case, the court may order, 1, an award of counsel fees to the prevailing party, and 2, a stay of discovery pending a motion to dismiss or pending an interlocutory appeal from the denial of the motion to dismiss. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Alcott. We have a number of other speakers. Remember, I'm going to reel off names, but if you're not speaking directly to the motion to amend, we'll pass on you at this point and then return on the debate on the main motion. Mr. Levin, do you want to speak on the motion to amend?
Mr. Chair, just excuse me, can Mr. Alcott please just send his amendment in writing? It would be appreciated.
It is in writing. It's circulated yesterday by email at 2:30.
Oh, okay, I didn't get that one. Thank you, I'll find it.
2:36 p.m. to all members of the House and the exec. All right, Mr. Levin, do you want to be heard on the motion to amend?
Yes, I would.
Okay, we can hear you now, so please proceed, and please keep in mind that the time is short. So
I will be very brief on this one. I hope to speak on a similar motion with respect to the FOIL provisions of this report, but I just wanted to say that I completely agree with Mark's comments. I think this is a bad precedent for us to start issuing requirements for mandatory anythings, particularly mandatory fee awards only against plaintiffs who are unsuccessful against defendants. If we ever consider any such thing, it should be mandatory as to both sides. So I support Mark's amendment.
okay, thank you, Mr. Levin. I have Justice John Leo. John, do you want to speak to the motion or to the main motion?
Yes, I would. I support the motion as my my friend Judge Mr. Levin does, and I support that. And I hope I'm going to speak also on the underlying motion regarding 50A and why we are doing this now when people are on the front lines that are defending.
That's fine, but we're not at that point yet.
Okay. So
I have Norm Effman. Norm, are you speaking to Mr. Alcott's motion?
Just to the main motion, Scott.
Okay, so I'll come back to you then. Gary Fishberg. Gary, are you speaking to Mr. Alcott's motion?
Well, what I would like to do, I'm Gary Fishberg. I'm a delegate from the local and state government law section. I'd like to know if Mr. Alcott would further amend his motion to include, to address the fee splitting requirement concerning the FOIL request.
May I answer that, Scott?
Right.
I don't think it would be fair for me to do that because I circulated my motion to the entire House. I wrote a dissent which was circulated to the entire House. I don't think it would be fair notice now for me to expand my motion to include
the chair
that.
agrees.
I think Tom is going to make such a motion.
The chair agrees with Mr. Alcott, and so Mr. Fishberg, if you want to seek relief from that provision of the underlying report, you'll have that opportunity to do so, but not now.
Thank you.
John Kenny. John, are you there?
I am.
John, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. You want to be heard on the Mr. Alcott's motion to amend or on the underlying report and recommendation?
Mr. Kenny, I think that you've muted yourself. Please try unmuting.
I should be unmuted.
Okay. Do you want to be heard on the on Mr. Alcott's motion to amend, or do you wish to be heard on the underlying report and recommendation?
I don't wish to be heard on either, and I withdraw my request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And last, I have Peter Kiernan. Peter?
Peter Kiernan?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just want to speak on the main motion. I'm in favor of Mr. Alcott's motion, but that's not what I want to speak on.
So we'll come back to you then on the main motion.
Thank you.
I believe that we have no further.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Scott?
Yes. Who's speaking?
Hey, Vincent Bizard.
Yes.
I had 15 different ways tried to say that I wanted to speak in favor of the motion. I've been going back and forth with Richard. I want to speak in favor of the motion.
Which are you referring to? Mark Alcott's motion to amend?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I had told Tom Richards that a number of times. And
Well,
he said,
okay. Well, it wasn't brought to my attention. I apologize. You may address it now.
Thank you. How come we still have a picture of Peter Kiernan?
Wouldn't worry about that. Just please make it.
Don't worry about it. Anyway, thank you. You probably have my email. I don't know whether you've read it. I was concerned about being able to.
Yes, I directed that be circulated.
Still failed. Well, at this stage of my life, I read 4 papers a day, and I could not, including the shrinking version of our local paper. And I lament with everybody else the demise of newspapers. But that should not be solved by slamming the door on people who have been injured by defamatory statements in the newspaper. If this motion fails, I've been involved in some libel cases, consulting with people on in some cases. And when the client has a defamation claim or concern comes in, you have to tell them how very difficult it is to win. And now you would have to tell them you risk financial ruin by bringing this case because you may be saddled with legal fees. And if you're bringing it against a big company, which this applies to, they'll put a team on it and you could have tens of thousands or hundreds of $1,000s in legal fees, even though you may be a doctor or a lawyer or a school teacher or somebody else with a legitimate defamation claim. As Mark said, these are very complicated claims. You can't guess how the court's going to go on privilege or whether it's really a public figure and all that sort of thing. But what you're saying to people who have these cases, you can't bring them. There should always be judicial discretion in these matters, and this motion provides that for that kind of discretion. Further, it sets a very dangerous precedent. How about the doctors during a so-called medical malpractice reform? They'd all like to have a non-discretionary fee shifting. What about other struggling industries? What are we going to say to them? Why should we set up this special benefit for the media, which covers big time media? And there's been no real studies to show that it will help the little ones. If it's an insurance problem, we've dealt with that before. Half the time on medical malpractice issues, it's really an insurance problem and over reserves rather than a problem with lawsuits. So I support the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Bizard. Okay, it's been brought to my attention. I thought I had called for a second, and but some people are saying that I did not. So I will entertain a nunc pro tunc second at this point to the motion, to Mr. Alcott's motion.
Second.
Okay, thank you. It's kind of the cat is out of the bag at this point anyway, but thank you very much.
Scott,
yeah,
this is Cynthia. May I have a few minutes to just provide some reactions and thoughts?
Yeah, as the proponent of the motion, I would give the proponent of the report recommendation, I would give you that opportunity. Sure.
Thank you very much.
I had wanted to speak to the amendment.
Same here, actually.
Well, nobody brought that to my attention.
My hand has been up the whole time, Scott.
So is mine.
I'm looking at a lot of different screens at the same time, and I apologize if I missed it. Cynthia, let me hold off for a second. Who am I speaking with? Who wants to be heard?
I think it's Steve Younger. I think my line is open.
And Steve James.
And who is Seymour James? Okay. I would only ask that please do not make your remarks cumulative to those that have already been made. If you have something new to add, I welcome it, but please do that. Steve?
I have votes.
Yes, it's Steve Younger.
Mike Getnick, Simeon Baum, and Dave Miranda would like to speak in response to the motion.
Yeah, it's Steve Younger, past president. Do I have the floor?
Yes, you do.
I'm still working on my Giants Meadowlands Stadium background. I apologize. First a comment and then a question. I didn't see any indication in the report of any data or study linking libel litigation to the decline in local newspapers.
Yeah.
And so I don't see what the cause and effect is. And it would seem to me that we need that data to support this. But second, I have a question. One of the things that Mark identifies, but he didn't really speak on, is this issue of interlocutory appeals. We already have that in CPLR 5701. And so I don't understand why it is that we're recommending interlocutory appeals when they're already available. Can the sponsor respond to that?
They're not available in the federal court.
Are we recommending a change in federal court?
If the proponents wish to address that question, I will allow them to do so.
Thank you.
Hi. The New York anti-SLAPP statute applies in federal court when you have a state law claim. So to the extent it will apply, it's not our intention to try to have an Erie doctrine fight with the federal courts. So it's not my belief that we would change how federal courts operate, but we do think that it's important to, if it's just merely belt and suspenders, you know, that's a fair point, but we think that it's important to make sure that the interlocutory appeal stays in place, even if other changes can be made to laws down the road.
8,000 hospitalized, 10,000.
And I don't know that it's uniformly agreed upon that the interlocutory appeal for a substantive right. I don't know that every department has adopted that and interpreted it uniformly.
Oh, in every department in New York, as I understand it, if you have a motion to dismiss denied, you have an automatic right to appeal. So I think it kind of makes us look bad to make that recommendation when it's already law.
That's good.
Okay.
Okay, well, the comment has been made.
There are
make a motion. I'll allow you to do that, but let's move on at this point with the comments to the Mr. Alcott's motion. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Whoever's talking in the background, please mute your microphone. It's very distracting. Thank you. Mike Getnick, former President Mike Getnick wishes to speak.
Can I be heard, Scott?
I hear you.
Okay. Originally, when I raised my hand, it was just to make sure that there was a second, and I think you've accomplished that. And by the way, I think you're doing a great job under what I think are very difficult circumstances. You're a groundbreaker in that regard. So without saying much, I am totally in support of Mark Alcott's proposed amendment. And I don't think I need to say more. I've read the matters that were circulated by him and distributed, so I'm very much in favor of the amendment.
Okay, thank you very much. And then I see that Simeon Baum wishes to be heard on the motion, on Mr. Alcott's motion.
Yes, Simeon Baum, dispute resolution section. I, like past President Getnick, had initially raised my hand to make the second that I thought we needed. I also support Mark Alcott's motion to amend. The one thing I would add, which maybe has been said, maybe is not, is imagine your favorite news vehicle, whatever that might be, and I say that with tongue in cheek, wielding the sword of mandatory fees to bar what might be perceived as a legitimate libel action by someone against whom it had spoken. And what will this do to the small party that is bringing a libel action? And how do we rob the courts of their ability to really judge whether fees should or should not be assessed? That's all I have to say in support of Mr. Alcott's motion.
Thank you, Mr. Baum. Is there anybody else? I think I've got them all at this point, but is there anybody else
This is Seymour.
heard on Mr. Alcott's motion?
This is Seymour James, Scott.
Okay, I apologize. I did hear your name, Seymour. You may be heard.
So I'll be very brief. I support Mark's motion for an amendment. I think mandatory fees would be an extraordinary penalty. In many instances, in other types of litigation, such as civil rights matters, court may award fees and they are discretionary. To take that discretion away from the judges under circumstances where they may not be warranted, I think would be a mistake on our part.
Thank you, Seymour.
Scott, Dave Miranda.
Yes.
Scott, Dave Miranda. I was told the last time I looked too scruffy, so I cleaned up a little bit. I want to say,
Dave, I didn't recognize you because you didn't call me, what's his name? You called me by
yes,
my real name.
you're doing a great job. Whoever you are, you're doing a great job. What's your name? Really fabulous. I just want to say, while we're talking about this motion to amend, which I support, I want to thank this committee for really doing a tremendous job. Cynthia and David, this is certainly something that is extremely worthwhile, and very proud that our Bar Association is out in front on this issue. I am supportive of the motion made by Mark Alcott. I think providing attorney's fees to a defendant here would have an inappropriate chilling effect. So I support the motion to amend, and assuming that is successful, I support the underlying report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Thank you, David. All right, I'm going to recognize now Cynthia Arado again to sum up the position of the proponents of the report with respect to Mr. Alcott's motion. Cynthia? I think you're muted. Oh, there you are.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. We really appreciate everybody's comments, and I think that a number of them definitely give us fair things to think about and talk about. But I just did want to respond to a number of the points that were made, because I think that they don't warrant a change in our recommendations. And I'll just go through them really quickly. First of all, I just want to make sure that it's very understood that this is not mandatory fees to any plaintiff that loses, no matter the reasons for the loss. The anti-SLAPP statute already has built in, when it has discretionary fee award, that it's discretionary upon a showing that the lawsuit was commenced or continued without a substantial basis in fact and law, and could not be supported by a substantial argument for the extension or modification or reversal of that law. We're not recommending that that hurdle be lifted. So it is not any plaintiff that loses that would be subject to a mandatory fee award. And we think that builds in an important check and remedies some of the problems that people were discussing just now. And in terms of the reach of the statute, obviously our report was done with respect to local journalism, but the anti-SLAPP statute protects a wide range of defendants. And I think we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater a bit if we reject mandatory fees, because in a particular case, the defendant who wins the dismissal of the case may be a large media organization. That defendant could be a small media organization, but that defendant could be almost anybody. I will just tell you that in the last, the types of SLAPP cases that have been brought extend way beyond just media companies. There are public interest advocacy organizations who have been forced to litigate pernicious anti-SLAPP lawsuits. For example, there was a tenant advocacy organization in New York that was a defendant in an anti-SLAPP case because they were reporting housing code violations, and they were almost financially ruined by the cost of litigation. There was a patient of a dentist who posted some comments online about what she felt was inappropriate procedures in the dentist's office, and the dentist sued her in a meritless case. And she also, an individual who didn't make a lot of money, she was forced to fund her defense. So I just think that it's helpful to keep in mind who all the possible defendants are. In terms of the disproportionate resources, I think that that's where the judge can exercise a lot of discretion, as David explained, in terms of like what is the proper amount of the fee award. So I do think there's a real check on that. To the extent that there's a concern that this sets a bad precedent and all kinds of other organizations like doctors in medical malpractice or other industry groups will be seeking similar treatment, I would say that there's very, very few, I can't really think of any actually, special groups that have a constitutional right to exercise free speech. And I do think that it's the constitutional free speech issues here that are so important to protect that justify this mandatory fee award that would not spill over into really any other area of law. And the last thing I wanted to, sorry, I have two more things. There was some discussion about how a defendant who wins an anti-SLAPP case might have other remedies like malicious prosecution or abusive process. I think those are actually not available. Those are extremely narrow legal claims that really wouldn't fit this type of SLAPP litigation. And the one thing that I do think is fair to consider is whether fees should be mandatory on both sides of the V. As I said, there were 26 states that have anti-SLAPP legislation and 19 have mandatory fee awards for a prevailing defendant. Some of those do have fee awards for a plaintiff that wins against an anti-SLAPP lawsuit to the extent that the motion was brought without any basis. And I think that may be a fair thing to consider, but I don't think it's at the expense of not having mandatory fee awards.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the debate on Mr. Alcott's motion.
Scott, I'm sorry, but since I'm the maker of the motion, if I could sum up with one sentence. These suggestions from Cynthia are not contained in the report. The proposal in the report is far more sweeping, and in any event, everything she said, it seems to me, is a reason to make these provisions discretionary with the court based on the facts and circumstances of the case, not mandatory. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to a vote on Mr. Alcott's amendment. You have the text of the amendment before you. It was emailed to all of you yesterday. I'm seeing a request that I read it, and I'll do that because apparently not everybody received it via email. It reads as follows. I move to amend the proposal contained in Agenda Item 10 to exclude the recommendations for mandatory counsel fee awards to the defendant and mandatory stays of discovery, and substitute the recommendations that, based on the facts and circumstances of the case, the court may order 1, an award of counsel fees to the prevailing party, and 2, a stay of discovery pending a motion to dismiss or pending an interlocutory appeal from the denial of a motion to dismiss. That is the text of Mr. Alcott's motion. He was kind enough to put it in writing and under our current format. we were able to circulate it to everybody. That having, now, the motion is now before you, and we'll proceed with a vote. Again, there may be more motions to amend, so I'm anticipating that we'll know what this one is, as opposed to any that may come in the next few minutes. Tom, I think the voting can close and we can post the results. Okay, it looks like the motion to amend made by Mr. Alcott carries rather substantially. So thank you all. And at this point, there is it looks like, is it Don Dorr who has moved to table this report for further discussion. And I'm going to give that immediate consideration. So Don, are you there?
Yes.
Don, are you there? You have to unmute.
Yes, I'm here.
First of all, it just says, all of my message in the chat room says Don. I'm assuming it's you?
It is.
Okay.
You know, I just think based on the communication we have, the fact that this is going to go on for some time on the second part of the motion, I think it's not, there's way too much consideration that still has to be made, including with the local and state government on this next motion. So at this time, just in the interest of time, I think that I'd make a motion that the entire discussion be tabled until the June meeting.
Okay, the motion is before us. It is not a debatable motion. Let me just see, make sure whether or not the second is required.
There's a second anyhow, Scott.
Yeah, there is a second. Okay, so that makes that move. Okay, it's been moved and seconded that the report and recommendations as of now, at this point, as amended, be tabled for further discussion at the June meeting of the House of Delegates. It's not a debatable motion, so we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor, say aye. All in favor, vote aye. All opposed, vote nay. And you may abstain as well. You can close the voting and post the results. Okay, the motion to table carries. And therefore, the report and recommendation of the Task Force on Free Expression in the Digital Age is hereby tabled to the June 13th, 2020 meeting of the House of Delegates. Nevertheless, I convey my sincere thanks to the proponents of the motion, David and Cynthia, and to all the members of the task force, including the dissenting members of the task force, for what is truly a remarkable and valuable job. Thank you all. We now move to, at this point, we were supposed to have had a report from Leslie Rosenthal on the Bar Foundation. I'm told now that she chooses to submit a written report instead. Is Pam, are you on the line? Or Tom, are you aware of what's going on with that?
Scott, Leslie just forwarded her written report to me, and after the meeting, I will email it to the delegates.
Okay, that's great. So you'll be receiving a written report from Leslie regarding the New York Bar Foundation. And so we're coming down the home stretch now. We have a couple of administrative items to address. There are three administrative items on the agenda, two of which require House action. The first item is to approve the designation of delegates filed by the county and local bar associations for the 2020-2021 association year. Do I have a motion to approve the delegates? I need a motion and then a second. Okay, I see we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay. I'm not seeing any discussion. Tom, is there anybody who wants to be heard?
I don't see anyone, Scott. The poll
Okay, thank you.
just launched.
In that case, we'll proceed to a vote. The polling window, should be open in a moment. Thank you, Evan, for your very kind chat, and we'll proceed with a vote.
Please try again now.
Okay, this is to vote for the designation of delegates filed by the county and local bar associations for the 2020-2021 association year. Please cast your vote promptly. And the polling, I assume at this point the polling can be closed and the results posted. Okay, it was a squeaker, but somehow it got through. 100% unanimous. Thank you all for that. And now we move to the second administrative item, the approval of the filed roster of the House members for the 2020-2021 association year. Do I have a motion to approve that roster?
So moved.
Here I have a motion to approve. Is there a second? I see it's been seconded as well. Any discussion? Hearing none. So I'm sorry, does somebody want to be? I heard somebody speak to the.
I just forgot to lower my hand. Relax. Okay.
All right. We'll proceed to a vote now on this motion as well. The voting can begin. Voting to approve the filed roster of the House members for the 2020-2021 association year.
Scott, it looks like all the votes are in.
Okay, let's close the voting and post the results. Again, 100%. Thank you very much. Okay, this last administrative item is really more of a point of personal privilege. It's to afford me the opportunity to thank the many people who, is somebody trying to speak? Okay. To thank the many people who have contributed to the operation of the House of Delegates over the past year. Today is my final meeting as the chair of the House. And while I think I've developed a reputation as running long meetings, I think under this, at least today, things went remarkably smoothly. And I noticed a lot of you have sent me chats and emails and things telling me how happy they were with the results that the way that this meeting came off. Remember, this is unprecedented, and as Hank said earlier, you know, thankfully we moved to a virtual bar center, and that enabled us to conduct the meeting as we have, and that's what makes the New York State Bar Association so special. The other thing is that I certainly respect and compliment you on the collegial approach you have taken to resolving issues during the 4 House meetings over which I have presided. I told you earlier, and I'll tell you again, that I have had the privilege of serving as president-elect under a truly remarkable individual, President Hank Greenberg, for his leadership and his vision and his energy has just been remarkable. But I'm not going to dwell on that, because we will dwell on that in greater detail in Cooperstown at the June House meeting. I would also like to thank the retiring members of the Executive Committee and the House for their services. I'm sure you will agree that it's been a great experience, and we are extremely grateful for your service. I have to thank the staff in general and Executive Director Pam McDevitt, and in particular for assisting me in setting up this virtual meeting, Kathy Baxter, and most especially, you've heard his name a lot today, Tom Richards. Tom and I spent literally hours doing test runs of Zoom so that we could get this down, and we did, and I'm thrilled with the way it came out. Finally, I want to extend my compliments and best wishes to the gentleman who is going to succeed me as president-elect and as chair of the House of Delegates, and that's my friend T. Andrew Brown of Rochester, New York. Ordinarily, at this point, we do a passing of the gavel, but we haven't quite figured out how to do that virtually. But suffice it to say, there he is. He's in front of the Court of Appeals. He's very casual, but he's in the Court of Appeals hall. And Andrew, I just want to thank you for your friendship, your support, your wise counsel, and I'm looking forward to the year of my presidency when I'll have you as my president-elect and continuing to rely on you for that support and wise counsel. Do you want to say anything?
Thank you, Scott. I look forward to working with you. And I want to commend you on running a great meeting today. Doing virtual meetings is not an easy task, especially with this many people participating and with this many different points of view. Again, I look forward to working with you, and I look forward to chairing the House at our next meeting in June, hopefully in person.
Thank you, Andrew. And I look forward to that as well. All right, that concludes the administrative items. Is under new business. I understand that Professor Fox has an application or a matter to raise in new business. The chair recognizes Professor Michael Fox.
Hi, can you hear me?
No.
Hi, can I be heard now?
Barely. Get as close to the microphone as you can.
All right. Tom, how's it sounding? Can I be heard?
Yeah, you can be heard.
Okay. There's also been mentioned in the chat, my motion was going to be to include the chat in the official record of the House because of the fact that we've been addressing a number of issues in the chat. But because people were not on notice, we might be including the chat, and there's been some social discussion as well. I think I'm going to hold off on making that motion, but I think for the future, I know Pam and I know there's a talked about maybe, and there's been some discussion in the chat room about having the chat as part of the record going forward, but I'm not going to make my motion now. Thank you, though.
Thank you, Michael. Are there any other matters of new business to be brought before the attention of the House? I'm not hearing anything. Does anybody have anything? Okay, then let's.
Scott, can you straighten out your pin? It's driving me nuts. Your state bar pin.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I can see why that might disturb you. Was that better?
Let me see. You got to take your hands away. Yeah, you got it. Okay.
Thank you. Sorry. Boy, the things that people notice. The date and place of the next meeting will be on Saturday, June 13th, 2020 at the Otesaga Hotel in Cooperstown. If there is no other business, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Okay, I've heard a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, please vote.
Scott, if you don't get 100%, I'll be surprised.
It won't be the first time that I snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
I think I vote nay. I want to continue.
It looks like the sun is out. Maybe
it's better than sheltering, right?
All right, Tom, I think you could probably post the results, close the voting, and post the results. Okay.
Hey, two people.
Let me all again thank you one more time. It's been a privilege, and I wish you good health, safety, and all the best as we move forward in these perilous times. Thank you all.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Scott.
Nice job, Scott.
Thank you
Thank
all.
you.
Good going.
Thank you, Scott.
Good job, Scott. Thank you.
Good job.
Very well.
Take my hand down now.
Great, Scott.
Great, Scott.
Great, Scott. Bye.